Hello and welcome back to the NACE Starleague, where we are ready to kick off yet another fantastic season of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. My name is Vincent, and I'm joined once again by Exner or Cole. Man, Cole, I am absolutely pumped to get into this one. We have so much to bring, don't we?
Yes, I cannot wait for this season to kick off. I'm so excited for these first opening matches. We had a nice little break in between there, but I can smell spring in the air. And yeah, it's going to be a great season of collegiate Counter-Strike.
No doubt about it. And well, the good news is we have some fun games, I think, today. So there's kind of two sides of the story. So let's take a look at the teams that will be taking a look at. The first matchup, kind of the side of this story is we haven't gotten to see these teams. I don't think we actually casted either of these squads last season,
Mhm.
and that means that it's going to be really exciting. The other side of things, two teams that you and I know very, very well. Michigan Tech, the Huskies, going up against Purdue, who, by the way, have had a bit of an upgrade. They looked good last season. They came out of nowhere, and now they're ready to continue fighting. So I think we're in for some fantastic games. What do you think, Cole?
I'm right there with you. I mean, I'm so glad that we got some new faces to add to the broadcast. And then, of course, we get our familiar faces in MTU and Purdue that have been looking so strong last season and now heading into this season. I have to agree with you. Purdue is going to be definitely a team to watch. There's no doubt about it. But as for this first matchup, University of Mississippi taking on Texas A&M, yeah, there's a lot to be said about Texas A&M, but right now, University of Mississippi, they're starting things off a bit rough in the season, 0-1, and this is their chance to bounce back. But it's certainly going to be an uphill climb for this roster.
Yeah, I will say, we talked about not being able to see some of these teams. Well, we know some of the players for Texas A&M, but
Mhm.
well, Mississippi, they're definitely a little bit of an unknown, at least when
Mhm.
it comes to what you and I were able to suss out. But let's take a look at the starting rosters for these squads, and maybe we can kind of explain where we're coming from, what we're thinking about as we go forward. So on the Ole Miss side of things, you can see this starting roster got Weber, got Tri, got Vess, you got Idstrima and Linsky. Five names that you and I don't know a whole lot about, but listen, the good news is lack of knowledge doesn't mean that they can't come out swinging, and they're going
Mhm.
to have to do that against this Texas A&M roster, aren't they?
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about it right now. You on this Texas A&M roster, I think that one player to highlight for me at least is Kraken S coming in with all the experience to build up this roster to make them look a lot more scary as well. He does have now advanced experience after this season. He's starting off things rough in the season so far, but he does have a lot of knowledge to drop over to the rest of his teammates. And on top of that, you have a new pull up from the JV roster in Randy
Oh,
bringing that one up, and it's exciting to see him play his first match because they are sitting at 1-0, but I believe they had a bye there early
yeah.
on into the season last week. So, heading into this one, we get to see how Randy does with the rest of the team, and even if it doesn't go exactly as planned, you still have a lot to learn, being that new face into the roster.
No doubt about it. And I'm always excited to see young talent come up and
Hmm.
get their opportunity, whether it be in, ESEA main or advanced or whatever, or in this case, in collegiate. I think that more and more that's a kind of a jumping off point for players who kind of get bedded in with better players like Kraken, for example, and then get
Hmm.
the chance because of that networking to play for better and better teams. So I'm really on the lookout for what Randy can bring. The other kind of names to talk about for that Texas A&M squad that I don't think you quite got to,
Hmm.
NACE going to be more than likely taking on that in-game leader role. So could be interesting there. We'll be on the lookout for that. And the other thing, Spoon, well, these guys, they were playing together in ESEA, and Spoon had some serious clutch potential. You look at the games, you can see that, and then the stats bear that out as well. So make sure to be keeping an eye out there. So what we're seeing is a bit of an uphill battle for Ole Miss, but we got to define where we're going to be doing that battle. So we got to figure out where the maps are headed. Cole, I don't know that you have a ton of information about Texas A&M or Ole Miss, but why don't you take us through these picks in advance?
So far, I think they've played Inferno and Mirage, so there's no doubt that we will see one of those two maps. Actually, heading into Vertigo to kick things off for Texas A&M. Mirage pick coming through from Old Miss, and then we do finish things out on a decider of Inferno right now. So we're getting a little bit of that collegiate classic still. We don't have Overpass in the mix like we did so often last season. We get the new face and Vertigo, but still we have Mirage and Inferno, these classic maps that we so often see, especially when rosters are trying to learn and build off each other. These two maps, everyone plays it, everyone knows how to play it quite nicely, so we can really lean on that. If again, like, you're bringing in a new face like Randy, it's easier to slot him into a position that he might know how to play better and then communicate better with. And so that's actually picked out from Old Miss. I think that is a good sign, but it's going to be a tough battle for sure. I think that University of Mississippi are heading into this one uh, potentially the underdog here by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look. Last week, you mentioned that Texas A&M had a bye, and that's how they got their victory. But unfortunately, Ole Miss suffered a loss in week one. It was up against SFA, and it was 2-0 fashion. Map one was a pretty close affair in
Hmm.
19-17, but it was 16-11 on the secondary map. Still close, but certainly not a victory, and certainly not something you want to see. But it's early on in the season, right? We reset things. We're back to the start, and that is where you can have a little bit of slow start, and still be in a good position by the end of the season, potentially playoffs as well. Considering especially the fact that I think this conference probably one of the weaker conferences that are out there in general. You and I were talking about how UT Austin has a really probably a good chance of kind of sweeping over this, but other than UT Austin, there's question marks around the likes of ISU. I mean, Illinois, they had
Hmm.
a fantastic roster last year, but they might not have exactly the same players.
Yeah, I mean that's the issue. A lot of teams have been gutted here in between seasons. They made moves, they've transferred over, and so there's definitely less competition in this conference specifically, and so that does leave a lot of questions. I think that with some of the names on this Texas AMU roster, if they can keep up this streak, obviously starting things off with the week with the bye, if they're able to snowball this into some early success, they could be one of those contenders later on down the line to make a deep run in playoffs there. And so, I mean, this will certainly be a test for them. I'm excited to get a chance to see this team play together. But other than that, yeah, I think that this conference it's more up in the air for who's going to make it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, you talked about the potential for playoffs. Remember, we were talking about how the collegiate classic that we had been discussing. Mirage and Inferno and Overpass. Well, it was Vertigo. That was the other map that really was important for you to be able to play once
Hmm.
playoffs got started. So already seeing positive signs, I think, by the fact that Texas A&M unafraid to get into a very complex rotation heavy map like Vertigo and putting themselves in that position. It also suggests, I think, confidence overall because you don't pick Vertigo if you haven't cracked.
Hmm.
Nobody does, right? Everybody can play a Mirage. Back in the day, everybody could play a Cash or whatever, but Vertigo is not where you want to be if you haven't made the time to practice it, and that suggests to me that Texas A&M are very prepared.
Yeah, I mean that's a good sign. On top of that, if you notice, they actually floated Ancient until very
Oh,
late. They didn't first ban it as well. So I mean, both teams obviously not doing that, but later down the line, Old Miss were willing to expend their second ban on that, and so it did definitely lend itself nicely to Texas AMU. So I mean, again, we're talking about these maps. We're talking about what needs to happen here for rosters to make it into playoffs, and I think that map pool is a big part of that. Right now, we have Ancient, we have Dust 2 that a lot of teams really don't like to touch, specifically in collegiate. I've found, and once they really figure out those maps in collegiate, or at least a team that tries to focus more so on those two maps, I feel like they'll have a big advantage heading into what is some very competitive season.
yeah, and I want to kind of focus down a little bit more on what you said right there because it's easy to overlook how big of an advantage having like a back pocket ancient pick is,
Yeah.
because especially when we're talking of a large majority of teams are going to ban out Dust 2, are going to ban out the likes of Nuke as well. Having like an ancient in your back pocket gives you so many options to basically just get a free first round ban of your opponent's best map.
Hmm.
And so having that as a potential and being able to confirm that you have something that if the other team just happens to realize, hey, these guys don't necessarily play ancient a lot, and then you're good at it. I mean, that's
Hmm.
just it's a huge kick in the teeth to a team, whenever they're trying to counterpick. So that isn't something to just kind of gloss over. It's something really important to think about, especially if you want to be here for the longevity, into the playoff picture.
100%. Yeah. I mean, I think that there's massive potential. There's on-tap potential for sure in that one. So I'm excited to see that, later down the season. I think that, again, we didn't see it too much last season. We didn't see too much Dust 2 either. Maybe until playoffs came around is really when we started seeing those other maps. But I'm hoping to, again, see more variety because right now, like I said, if you're an underdog team heading into things with less experience, you have to vet in these maybe not necessarily atypical maps, but maps that a lot of teams are trying to avoid just to maybe give yourself as many advantages as possible. I think that is so very key.
Hmm.
University of Mississippi, they're not going with that approach right now. They're kind of sticking with the classics right now. Mirage, they're getting rid of Nuke. A lot of tactical approaches in those maps, and so, or rather, Ancient and Nuke. But yeah, I'm hoping to see more depth for sure. Again, we joked about the collegiate classics being Overpass, Inferno, and Mirage. I think that Overpass is a great map right now. I was getting tired of seeing Mirage getting played on loops with collegiate teams. So I think that we need to expand. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, yeah, we will. I mean, I think there's definitely going to be some adjustments as we move forward. The other thing to think about is if you are an underdog team that is coming in, I think it's really a good idea, like you were kind of alluding to maybe try and pick up a new pick up
Hmm.
a Vertigo, for example, or an Ancient. The reason being is that, well, if you're sitting in a position where you lack the firepower to just kind of overwhelm your opponents, which may be the case, well, then just outbrain them. Play on a
Hmm.
map that they're not comfortable on, and that can oftentimes lead to victories. And I think there's actually a good example of that last season. LVC really
Yeah.
kind of stood by as a team that entirely surprised the heck out of me when they
Hmm.
made it to playoffs, and they did so, I think, by being very smart about where they were picking, what they were doing. They played to their strengths and to their opponent's weaknesses, and that was enough to bring them into playoffs. Now, granted, they had a bit of a tough draw in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, last semester, so
Hmm.
didn't quite make it into a deep run. But taking them as an example, I think, isn't a bad idea for any team that's kind of thinking, well, maybe we're a bit of an underdog here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that another example of was Ryerson last season as well. They had a nice vertigo, and so they were able to catch a lot of teams off guard in that one. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what the season has in store for us. I will say that I think a lot of the experience and map pool is going to come with more experienced players hopping into the collegiate scene. I think that one example was Drexel and bringing in Gank 88 and having
Oh
him
yeah.
fill in that roster. Obviously, they went on to win the whole thing last season, and it was an incredible story because not only were we getting that insider information that you know Gank 88 was providing so much information to his teammates, so much knowledge from his premier
Hmm.
experience that he has, playing at a very top level in an A. And so, a lot of his teammates were able to learn off that. It came into the map pool as well later down the line, and they were looking like a lights out team towards the tail end, and not anyone was able to stop them.
No, no doubt about it. But, well, shifting back here to the focus, we look like we're in just a round in, and it was actually Ole Miss to pick up the pistol round, and we're into the second round as well. This shotgun doing so
Oh
much
my
work.
god.
This is why I love the auto shotty, Cole. I
It's
know
so
we talk about
effective.
it, but it's so ridiculous sometimes.
Oh, is that a 180 right there with the MP9? It was. Oh man. Yeah, the auto shotty doing a lot of damage right there. Not a single kill coming forward so far in the entire match, actually, for the side of Old Miss. So looking to find their first here as they look to get those weapon rounds in. But off to a bit of a slow start, but off to a fiery start for Texas AMU. They got the auto shotty rolling already. They got the bonus rounds converted, and I'm sure we're gonna get to see a whole lot more auto shotty action.
Yeah, and I apologize. Obviously, misspoke there at the beginning, but nonetheless, things looking I think they're pretty good for Texas A&M. And this secondary round, I assume didn't get to see it, but I assume we were seeing like a half deagle purchase last round too. So it's the double
Mhm.
deagle round type deal for Ole Miss, as now they go in for the weaponry purchases. This should be the first big round of the game, and AWP already out, and that's actually on the back of Linsky.
There we are. Picking up the AWP pretty early on here. Auto shotty still held on to from the spoon. I love that. And oh, the top mid smoke comes just a second too late. They're pushing down mid as well. Randy is just aggressing and sprays them all down. Eventually traded here. Not expecting its Trima to be holding down that line. So at least there's a trade here at the moment. But other than that, not much to work off of.
Well, I mean, you could call it a trade, more like a massacre, unfortunately, as it's just a 1 versus 4 now. And actually, the player that we didn't necessarily expect here for Texas A&M, that's Samantha, who I have no information on, but did get the opening pick with the op this round. So definitely a player, I guess, to take a look at. This Kraken closing that one down. And Randy, the player that we were talking about to look out for, leading the way at 7-2 for Texas A&M, the new recruit up from JV doing work.
Yeah, welcome to the team right now. He's doing a great job. I mean, everything's going pretty well at the moment here for Texas AMU. They're holding down all their lines pretty nicely. It's another one of these half buys and pushing up mid once again here. This time with the AWP. Samantha forced off the line. Can't quite escape. Actually, no, does make it out of dodge. And setting up flashbangs for Randy to just peek down catwalk. That's 2 free kills off the distraction from Samantha.
And Randy being set up so well for those frags and connecting all the shots. Those 2 players left alive here. NACE trying to finish things up. Yeah, he's looking the wrong direction, but eventually Randy gets there and picks up yet another triple kill. So he's at 10 already. 5 rounds in. It's a good start.
Yeah, I would say so. It's quite a healthy KD. So far, there's not too much damage being done as well in some of these gun rounds. So you're seeing that money stack up quite nicely for the CT side. So they look to, once again, take some of this mid control at the moment. Right now, though, they really got to figure out a way to force some of that aggression away from them. Every round, it seems like they're up cat up middle, and so they're looking to avoid that. But not expecting Randy in the ladder room, as I think they just turned their attention towards the A execute.
Speaking of which, A execute not really being much of an execute at the moment, is it? And that is some good aggression denial by Ole Miss, or excuse me, by Texas A&M. And this is now the execution coming through, but only with 3 players. Kraken is ready and waiting, dispatching with 1 and a second kill. Nice job on the headshots, as things are just looking easier and easier here for Texas.
Pretty clean right now. Kraken has just shut things down. Complete denial upon entry on the A-bomb site. Right there. Nice little off angle that he's working with as well. It's hard to clear if you don't have a molly, so they just walk out trying to clear other angles, maybe sandwich, maybe something along those lines. And so shut down on the inbound is Alexa University of Mississippi. Looking to recover now with another buy round as well. Mid controls where they go back to. They're sending a lot of resources this direction. We'll see if they can finally find some success. Randy's on the cap jump right now, but forced off the perch. Finds the first headshot, looking for a second. There actually is trades to be found. Randy goes down, but the op presence from Samantha is good for 2. And they hold on to it. Oh, right through the smoke for Samantha as well.
That was dirty. Nice work. And I just got some confirmation as well. NACE confirms the round that Squirt is Samantha. Just changed the name last minute on us. So the same player we were expecting. Appreciate that info. And yeah, doing a good job with the op. I mean, we had the info that Squirt would be playing with the op more than likely, and I guess that goes to show exactly why.
Yeah, clean shots towards mid. I mean, not easy to hit with all those targets right now. It looks like a B-rush coming on through. Love to see this adjustment, but right now Red Spoon needs to get ready on the site. Not being checked just yet. The Stick 9's going to close the distance, but there's 2 quick headshots, almost a third. But they do eventually fall on the site, and this is the most success we've seen from Ole Miss at the moment. They at least have some ground in the site, but a quick reaction from NACE. HE going to look to do some damage as well. Ooh. Squirt didn't quite see him.
Oh my goodness. What an adjustment there from Samantha. This player's playing inside the smoke. And oh my goodness, no scope. Oh my gosh. We were just making up the AWP, but that doesn't need any sort of help. Looking fantastic with that rifle.
Yeah, I mean, clean closer right there from Texas A&M, able to hold on there nicely. Just got a couple of AKs in the mix for that CT side. On the T side of things, you are good for the investment at the moment. Got plenty of money off that bomb plane and loss bonus that they're working with right now. I think they might look to go back towards the B side of things after having so much success. The issue is there's a big change of approach here for Texas AMU, pushing up towards mid, gathering that control fully, calling it clear, and now we'll start to disperse from that information forward. It definitely leaves a lot of pressure on Spoon, though, at the moment.
See how that pressure is handled. Kraken being taken out there. That's the second time, if I'm not mistaken. So Ole Miss are definitely learning their lesson about this mid aggression and how it's being held so well by Texas. But things have slowed down. Defensively, Texas spread. Same could be said, though, here for Ole Miss, as they are mostly grouped towards B, but there's that A lurk. Might be able to find a kill in towards Palace.
All that utility down here. Definitely, let's hit a pause here. They're trying to maybe draw out some rotations and spread that defense thin at the moment. Doing a good job at it. Split up pretty evenly as 2-2. Not really any re-aggression coming forward. Apartments set up pretty aggressive. Red Spoon's able to swat them through the smoke, though, and they start to fall upon inbound. There's only 30 seconds left onto the clock, so they really have to pull the pin on this one. And still you have NACE holding down this A-bomb site.
Yeah, once this execute comes in, well, it really isn't going to be an execute, realistically. We can see 3 left alive, no time. Surely this is a save?
Yeah, I think it is.
No, they're still committing. Why would commit here if you're Ole Miss? Cole, this is just not a smart play.
Bit disjointed, that's for sure. You want to hold on to that one. Okay, they do drop the op there. I think if you were Texas AMU, you 100% just hunt them down at that moment, knowing that you have so much economy in your back pocket to work off of. You pretty much have infinite money for the rest of your half if you keep playing like this. But yeah, that's a bit rough. Still, reinvestments are coming through. Again, they have that max loss bonus. So it's no trouble on the economy at the end of the day, but struggling a bit here. His Ole Miss. I think we knew this was going to be an underdog story, and I will say, we couldn't find too much history of this roster of Ole Miss, in terms of their history in leagues. But right now, definitely you can see a bit of a gap. Kraken S looks to hold down the line. Nice little quick headshot, scaring him off of any further aggression. Goes back for more, and we'll finish the job on the Weber.
Yeah, that gap certainly showing itself here. Samantha looking for an AWB frag, but Kraken doing so much good work. Another double, make it a triple, as everyone falls to the blade called the M4A1S, and there it is, near an ace, but it's just the quad. Samantha stealing that one away.
Quick and easy right there on the shutdown. I think that if you are Ole Miss, I think you want to go back to what has worked historically, which has just been an execute, a fast B rush. It's helped out for one round, or at least close to it. Not necessarily the full recovery, but at least they got bomb playing off of it, which I think has been their most success they've had so far. I think once you kind of slow things down, they very quickly start to get picked apart, especially with the aggression that's been thrown at them so consistently, and that will remain true here as Kraken S kicks things off with the opening kill.
Well, you have to make the opponent respect you and stop aggressing in such a forward position. And that's got to be number one on the to-do list for Ole Miss. They haven't yet been able to really make that respect happen. There's been a couple of nice kills here on underpass, but that's it. So, barring anything changing, well, I think TAMU going to do what they're going to do and what they have been doing. Is that's a fantastic HE grenade.
Incredibly clean. Last up is Triax, and not interested in touching mid. 10-foot pole at the moment. Randy's spotted him officially, so everyone's going to start to close in. Now you can see Kraken S moving pretty quickly. Doesn't he have a bomb in his hands?
I have a question. Is this Triax or is this Trix?
Oof.
Because I feel like that's very clever if it's Trix.
I like Trix, yeah. That is very clever. I agree. I'm down for Trix. I hope it is Trix.
I hope
that
so.
Would be nice.
If so, please correct us. Send us a message in chat or shout us out and say you got it wrong on Twitter or something. Well, we can take it. Don't worry.
And if that's the case, then I was right.
Exactly.
Either way, it's a win for me.
That's right. So what you're saying is yell at Vincent on Twitter, not Exter.
That's the rule of thumb for all broadcasts.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
just throwing you under the bus right now.
rule of thumb right now is Texas A&M just kind of demolishing. It kind
Yeah.
of feels a little like they're playing in DM, and I mean that with the utmost respect to Ole Miss and the work they're putting in here. It's just that there clearly is a bit of a gap.
100%. Yeah. I was expecting some pretty good things. I think that some of the core of this roster of Texas A&M also plays in Maine, so
Yeah.
they've got a lot going for them. Again, this was a roster that we expected to be at the top of the conference here. In right now, they're playing up against a team that started off 0-1 as well. So there's some good deal shots to be found here, over in middle. But they're catching HEs. They cannot regain this control. Reaggressing. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness, though. Weeper has something to say about that one.
Is that like the second or third nice eagle kill we've seen from Weaver?
I feel like we've seen a couple. Yeah,
Yeah.
very clean.
Listen, nothing really going the way here for Ole Miss, but dang, we were hitting some nice shots at the very least.
Love to see that. Oh, another one. All right. Grabbing that AK as well. There's a chance to get on the board right now. Red Spoon looking to deny as they move out towards B. There's still kind of limited weaponry here. That's a great smoke, though. Buy some time along that molly that's already bought so much time here. Initially kills the first, and there you go. Back to even. So Red Spoon puts it immediately that way, and oh, he has cup recovery from the catwalk right there. He bought so much time on that round. With the molly and the smoke combination, there's a lot of hesitation that set in for Ole Miss.
Plus, I mean, that's just a really good, strong angle. He played it well. You know, didn't get too far forward. Didn't get greedy about it either. So many players would want to kind of find a more forward position and take duels at a fast clip. But no, that nade, actually not the nade, the molly doing most of the work there against the AWP of Weber. So Deagle's his specialty. Unfortunately, Molotovs are still deadly.
Yeah, those are hot. Those hurt. They are trying to punish this aggression. Nice positioning right there from Tricks. I like that. So they are trying to make them respect him. The issue is, once you take down one, there's two more that immediately fill their shoes. You can see that this Con and Cat convergence in towards mid at the moment is kind of filling through. But great utility usage here from Old Miss to try and avoid that. Immediately taking care of the Randy, able to hit some nice shots. And they are checking some of these boxes. You can see some of the signs are there for Old Miss. I'm liking some small details here and there, but at the end of the day, once you have Randy just peeking out, taking fights, it's very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I was told that this roster for Texas is one that if they smell blood in the water, they will be absolutely unrelenting, and that's what we're seeing right now. You know, yet to get on the board, unfortunately, Ole Miss, but 3v4. This is certainly an opportunity. Like I said, unrelenting. Oh man, playing with his
Randy.
food there.
Stop that. You got 20 kills already.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
round
that was so
13.
funny though. Oh man, that was too good.
He wanted something there so bad.
Yeah, that was incredible. I loved that, but yeah, I can definitely see that. You can tell they're so aggressive. I mean, I said it before, but you do find a kill while defaulting. Old Miss, they were able to do that last round. They actually found the opener. The issue is, once they tried to take that mid control after finding that opening kill, there was two more players they had to deal with, one in Con and one in Cat. So you can tell that as soon as they get a glimpse, as soon as they get an idea of where things are heading, they quickly start to fill those gaps here. And there's a bit of a gap on A right now. Very wide open at the moment. It's going to be filled in, though. You can see that Samantha's grouping up. But they do have utility. That's going to be prime.
It's taking far too long for this to happen. But
Oof.
I mean, when I say this, I meant the execute. Kraken doing what Kraken does,
Yeah.
kills them all. But the point is, the idea behind the round was actually really solid from Ole Miss. Unfortunately, Kraken just
No.
a little
19
bit
bullets. He
better.
still has plenty.
Yeah, headshots.
I
headshots.
think. Oh, I think that they thought he was low on ammo because he reloaded, but then he got rid of it.
The old
Yeah,
fake
that's
reload
quick.
trick.
Yeah. Very smart. I mean, you can see
Yeah.
they got some ideas. Couldn't close out that one, but
But I mean, it's clear to me that Ole Miss here, they know what they're doing. They aren't unaware. It's just that they've run into a bit of a buzzsaw, haven't they?
I mean, right there, I like that at least they tried to execute as a team. It was a bit telegraphed because there was full mid control given up, but it was definitely too late to call it here. So now we're going to just walk out towards A, block headshots all throughout. Everyone gets one. You get one Weaver, you get one Tricks, you get one Linsky, and oh, this one's nice, clean 16-0 with a little bow on top.
Oh, that's brutal. You got to feel for Ole Miss on that one. It's Texas A&M. Oh, completing a 16-0. Is that the first 16-0 you and I have seen on screen in
It might be.
all
I
of
feel
our
like we got
time?
one in the early stages of even 2 seasons ago, our
Okay.
first season working. So I think we did get one. I remember it. It was on
Uh,
Mirage as well. So, but that one
Mirage is
definitely
cursed.
felt way more one-sided. I think that Texas A&M were kind of speedrunning that thing.
Yeah, like I said, the story I heard was along the lines of whenever this team Texas A&M get rolling, well, they're going to continue rolling over you, and you're going to really struggle to stop the boulder that's coming straight at your face. And that's what happened. I mean, Ole Miss, I do got to give them credit. I mean, we talked about a couple of things. They made adjustments. They had some good ideas. They were fighting for underpass in order to try and apply pressure in towards mid.
Mhm.
They started playing more passively in order to try and deny the aggression. And in fact, when they were seeing that playing spread wasn't working, well, they just tried to hit a site together and execute. Unfortunately, none of those things were enough to overcome the individual skill that Texas A&M were putting on display.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that was it. I mean, every adjustment they attempted was very quickly thwarted by, 3 headshots delivered from Kraken S or full mid control taken from Randy. So there was so many boxes being checked right there for Texas A&M in terms of just the firepower alone that I think Ole Miss were always going to struggle.
No doubt about it. Well, Ole Miss going to have an opportunity here to think things through before we head to Vertigo. First, we're going to be headed to a break, so we'll be right back after this.
Survivor was a very, very wild, anxious ride on whether I was even going to live. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit lls.org.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And, well, unfortunately, Ole Miss is struggling just a bit here in the first map of our series. And, well, the bad news doesn't stop there because Ole Miss picked Mirage, where they got 16-0'd. Texas A&M, on the other hand, they're feeling a lot better, aren't they, Cole?
Yeah, they very much should be. They should be feeling all the confidence in the world. That did look like there was just a massive gap in knowledge and skill in general. I won't say knowledge as much. I saw some really good signs out of Ole Miss in terms of ideas and trying to adjust to what was being thrown at them. Just couldn't quite pull a round off. And so I imagine that trend could very well continue into Vertigo. But who knows? You know, you might see a resurgence here of a round or two in the mix.
Yeah, listen, all I can say is Drexel lost the first map of the grand finals last semester. So anything is
Reverse
possible.
sweep incoming.
I kid just a little bit, but
Yeah.
either way, I do think there's possibilities here. The speed with which you see a team play when they're at the level, like main plus that Texas A&M are at, that's very different than I think what we at least could, from what we can see, the level that all these Ole Miss players have played at before, and it takes adjusting. It's something that you really do kind of, it's kind of that meme that you see like in TV and movies where like it's so fast that you don't even see the punch coming or whatever. It does very much feel that way if you have ever played and you see that sort of level up. I know you, Cole, have definitely seen that come through. So the more you see it, the more that you're going to have a chance to respond to that metaphorical punch. And I think Ole Miss definitely are going to have a little bit more to show even on Vertigo.
Yeah, I hope so. Again, like I said, they have good ideas. They have good processes in terms of adjustments. I think at the end of the day, they're spacing in some of those trades, some of the small details, a lot of mechanics of the game, such as trying to find a trade. Not letting Kraken S easily find 3 kills as you peak one by one, but rather maybe trying to double swing that ramp together. I think are good examples of potentially adjustments that can be made. This is a great learning experience as well. You don't get a lot of chances to play against these levels of teams, and it looks like the winning continues here for Texas A&M, at least in the pistol.
Yeah, and it looked like a pretty dominant pistol too, all things considered. What was that? 4 players left alive, if I am not crazy.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Trick's got a kill.
Yeah, there we go. On the board, that's the first step, isn't it? And as small as it sounds, sometimes that really is just all it takes to get moving. This time, though, it should be a pretty easy round for Texas A&M. And I guess I mean easier than it has been because we haven't seen a lot of struggle yet.
Not at all. Punching in those numbers pretty quickly here as Linsky and Trick's looking to do some damage here. Try and pad those stats a little bit. Issue is P250 fully dispatched of, and Linsky, I don't think he bought anything on that pistol round, and he didn't buy anything here. So I wonder if he's getting that 3rd round op rolling off because they can purchase. I have the glass cannon. Oh, no.
I'm going to go for it. I mean, this is a better decision in my opinion anyway, but Weber, he has an auto shotty. I've already talked about my my opinions and love for this weapon, so I'm excited to see what could happen there.
Missed the ramp smoke. That one went off the map. 50 fullers down. Oh, Trick speaking into that one. Another kill from Samantha. There's a double entry. Maybe the auto shot can save things. Maybe that missed smoke can help out as well, or at least off back his teammates. There's the auto shot on site. Good for one. Oh, it's a sniper. Oh my god. How does it just delete from that far? Always showing in the smoke, though. There's the trade that we had.
Bro, this gun is so broken sometimes, I tell you.
Across the map.
This spread just is so random. I don't know how it happens, but Instrama is trying to fight things back here for Ole Miss and actually created a 2v1. It is favoring the TAMU, but that doesn't necessarily mean that things are over, especially considering how split up these Texas A&M players are.
Light bulb is popped, and they finally realized it's the B side of things. The issue is, it might be a little bit too late. No kit right now. I don't think he'll pick one up on his way towards this B bomb site. So that bomb is going to be ticking past the point of even trying to go for this at the moment. And there's no escape as well. So just barreling in towards the site. His life is on the timer at the moment. Does tap that bomb. The molly really locks this one
and
in.
a molly.
NACE is not taking any chances. Oh, though, he missed. And a knife.
No, Kraken, not like this. They didn't get it in the last game, so they had
Yeah.
to get it here in the third round of this one. Oh well, knife is a knife. It's okay. It's really the mentality or the devastation that you have to get over.
Yeah. A lot of devastation on that one. Utility being thrown out towards mid. Just trying to bait out some pressure here. Might be, a very quick reaction, though, potentially. The re-aggression, if it does come through mid, might be a little too late. A's already compromised. Very passive setup towards A as well. I mean, giving up full ramp control right there. They're easily able to walk up side hall and take the set so very quickly. We'll see if that ever changes here as they just continue to tear straight through them. It is
Well,
Weber on the flank.
let me cast your mind back to just that first gun round where they played very aggressive over here at ramp and got entirely dismantled. So I guess they tried that before with guns and it didn't work. And so I guess the figuring goes like this: if it didn't work with guns, well, it sure as heck ain't gonna work with pistols.
Well, maybe it'll work with auto shutties. Not in this round, though, at least.
Well,
None of that being brought
been
out.
the best success so far.
I know. I'm with you. I'm right there with you. I will die on that hill.
Good,
Nice
good
util, though.
molly. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
say. Great molly, good nade as well, and in fact, lining up for the shot. Nice work
Ooh.
here, Linsky and Trix, finding openings. This is a round that Ole Miss should be able to pick up.
And even good damage on a Krakeness from that regression from Linsky. There's potential here to gather a first. This has been a very good looking round from them so far. There's numbers starting to dwindle. That smoke's about to fade and left in no man's land potentially here. Spoon looks to turn the corner. Does have a teammate close by available for the trade, but nice reposition right now. They're really playing well together, but nice headshot in from Spoon. There's Trix able to find the answer on A. But it's back to evens here. Look at that pre-fire.
Yeah, that's nasty.
He shot him
work.
through the wall.
Spoon. Well, we talked about the clutch factor for Spoon. That's not quite a clutch, but it certainly has brought Texas A&M back into this game, or rather this round, more accurately. And so it's a one-on-one. Here's NACE, game leader, going up against Trix, who already has 3 kills.
I like this reposition at least. He'll have a decent chance on this flank at the moment. Slowly but surely, NACE is starting to move in towards A. And, Trix is going to have a pretty fast flank, to be honest with you. Numbers getting punched in here. We'll see how much NACE expects it. If he does go in the side-all position, that flank could very easily be null and void. And I think that's what he's going to do. Might even catch him in back turned.
That'd be brutal.
Oh,
The timing. He's got a molly to work with this Trix. Oh, what a read, though. Fantastic work. Didn't even have any information off of that. I think that NACE was entirely silent, Cole. That was a great read from Trix, and indeed, Ole Miss, they picked up their first round of the series.
Very well done for Trix. I mean, like you said, a great read right there in that position. Didn't quite see him. It was actually a massive advantage for NACE even getting that back turned. But well done from Trix again. There's some silver linings here for Ole Miss. I think that again, this is a learning experience. I was kind of mentioning this as we started the game, but there's not a lot of opportunities for players with limited open experience to get chances to play advanced teams and advanced players, rather, main teams in the core of this roster. So it's good to see some promising signs here, but I think it is back to winning ways here for Texas A&M.
Certainly looks that way. 3 now kills found, and that's one of those not to put too fine a point on it, but that angle Linsky was holding is one of those angles that you just can't hold at higher levels. It's going to get found out every single time on the Jitter peak. And, well, that's what happened. Bestby with 1 before taken out. 3 players left alive, and yes, Texas A&M right back to winning ways. And that is horrible news here for Ole Miss, because you look at the money, and it is not a purchasing type decision here. You're going to have to be pistols.
Yeah, no doubt about it. McEvan the mix there. All right. Let's see what I can do. would have preferred the auto shotty, to be honest with you. But mid again is being pressured here at the moment. Kraken S is cracking open some sights at the moment. Linsky's able to deliver some nice damage with a deagle. Those numbers continue to drop here. I realize Kraken S is already in the back lines. Transfer into another. One thing we didn't get to see too much were the T sides of Texas AMU. Because of how fast their CT sides did kind of look like a T side with how much aggression they were doing. But
Yeah, it did. You're right. We didn't get a chance to see that. The other side of that conversation is Vertigo, right? Obviously, you definitely want to be competent on your T side. It's very clear that Texas A&M are very competent here on their T side. So, as many rounds as they can get, they're going to take, and it's looking to be quite a few.
no doubt about it. I see some top presence coming back out. Try for that ramp progression. I mean, the best ramp hold we've seen so far was from throwing that early utility. Joel spotted on that crane jiggle, and Samantha was able to post up and expect that. Quick 4v5 already, and will make matters worse. NACE finds a nice off angle, spots out the other player on B as well, so they're starting to chew through these defenders, but there's still presence to be made here. Trix has been the silver lining.
You know, it kind of feels like Texas A&M are pulling out all those like dirty little grimy tricks. You know, the small angles that work once or twice, or at least usually only would work once or twice, and they're just finding success with those and catching off guard Ole Miss on this map. And I think that goes to show. I would wager that Ole Miss is not as practiced as Texas are here.
Yeah, I mean, that example of on that B stairs jump up, catching one off guard. I believe it was Spoon that was able to do that and completely blindsiding the player playing on that scaffolding. So
Yeah.
it does seem like there is a big experience gap and knowledge gap. I mean, I guess the good news is there's that Ole Miss may be able to add that into their playbook, catch some of other teams off guard. Once you get it done to you, you know how effective it is.
Well, once you watch the live back, I mean, that also helps out. Good trade there. Obviously, a nice opening by Randy, but it is traded, so Weaver in a good position, 1-for-1. Kraken looking to follow up, and he's done just that. Beautiful work. Whilst that's happening, though, Linsky keep things even.
Still player sandbags as well. So looks like Kraken is somewhat aware of that. Able to get out of dodge with the bomb as well. Expecting maybe a molly there. It seemed like he was wide aware of that sandbags player, but back in towards the B side of things. It's called full clear, so I guess that's number one priority is just get those numbers punched in, and blindsided is SB. Easy pickup.
Numbers punched in. It's a 3v2. So things still certainly not ideal for Ole Miss. We have a chance here.
Uh-oh.
Linsky trying to get information. Honestly, fortunate to find that frag before going down. Leaves one player, and it's Trema is there ready for an attempt. 1v2 is possible. The bomb has been fixed for quite a while already, and the first of those duels is not a winner. Red Spoon with the victory, and it's 8-1.
Spoon looked a little confused right there, like he didn't know what was going on once that round did. He gave him time to collect his thoughts, but a little late buy there from Weber. He does tab back in. He's clocked in. He's ready to go with the deagle. He does good work with the deagle. He's got a nice skin, so he has to hit some nice shots. But yeah, this is a control once again. Pretty quickly there, and I caught with the nade out. Weber gonna drop that pretty deagle down to the ground.
That's the other big difference that you'll see, right? The speed with which you scale up into a site and overtake an area, right? There's no hesitancy or anything like that when you get up into the upper echelons, and that's clearly something that we're seeing taken advantage of, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you said that Texas A&M, you are going to be a team that smells blood in the water, and I think that's been the case. Once they find those opening picks, they really don't hold the S key too often. They just continue to try and tear through the defense, and it's worked out so far, so why not continue it? We do have an auto shotty once again, Linsky. Thank you very much. Who's he playing with?
Shot.
Towards B. Oh boy.
Give it to him.
Oh,
Didn't hit the headshot. It was
so
close,
close. 11 HP.
though. Weaver
Going
with
towards
a
A, B.
shot.
The old B to A strategy. Trix is left scratching his head.
This is the Inferno around the world strat, but on Vertigo, and I don't think I've ever seen it before.
Moving with some pace right there. And never seen the team move so fast. On the T side of Vertigo. Pretty quick. And right now, Trix is probably thinking maybe have a chance to retake this. He's going to walk into a wide open B bomb site. It's like, didn't they have B guys?
Yeah, they took B, right?
Yeah, they did. They went A. Now he's realizing it.
And now the disappointment and sadness are what's setting in. He's trying
Surprisingly
to.
reserved, though, from Texas A&M. Yeah, you expect them to just continue to run around the map.
I too felt that was incoming. That grenade was definitely a bit of a wide one, but
Bit deep.
grenade doesn't really matter when you hit him with the AK-47, does it?
Not quite. Not at the end of the day. Still going down there. No weapons to be saved. What's going on here?
I'm not
Well,
sure. Indecision.
I feel like this is just something you can't afford to. You know how fast these guys are. They're already out mid, and you just get into positions. They're walking out of
They're
spawn still.
Oh,
Oh.
that's brutal. And it's all with the Tech 9 too. Add insult to injury. That nade is massive, Trix. Dude, Trix is just. I am becoming a big fan of Trix right now.
Best
This
util.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, despite the fact that all of the kills this round came from Tech 9s on a gun round. Other than that, you know, it was pretty solid stuff from Trix.
Very nice. Auto sniper. I they're in spawn at the start of the round. I don't know what's going on there, but they gotta move. They gotta get rolling because the issue is they're already in your face within seconds of the round. So any second that you take in spawn, waiting things around, is another second that they start to press the issue, and they're learning that lesson here very quickly. Auto sniper good for one here. One more along the site. Cracking S. Looking like Kenny S.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's another shot. As Linsky was only able to find one with the auto shotty. You know, it feels like one of those moments, and you know, in my youth when I was not very good at the game, or I should say worse than I am now, and my matchmaking teammates would be like, we'd be losing, you know, bad, and I'd be like, spy an auto. Felt like the answer right here.
Hey, the underrated gun. I feel like underutilized. Although you'll never see it really really used because it's so expensive, so pricey. That's something that Texas A&M can afford though nowadays with their nice bank. Actually, just Red Spoon holding on to one. No, we do have Randy as well.
I think they carried both of those out in the last round.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, they did.
One of those is Red Spoon has a T side. I think it's the one boost.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Red Spoon does have a T-side. Props if you know what the name of that gun is.
Phew, you couldn't ask. Could not ask me.
GS something? I
feel like you're onto something.
Hold on. You see that shotgun?
The shotguns are wild today. They're off the charts.
That felt far too far away for what should have been a shotgun kill. But
100%.
now it's just the T-sided, the CT-sided auto shotty coming in for the clutch moment here.
Need to see some serious no scopes right now coming through from these two. I'm hoping
No
we
scope
see some no
onlys?
scope attempts. Yes.
That would be good. Hey, listen. Honestly, the no scope with the auto shot is pretty darn
It's
efficient.
good. It's effective.
Even while moving.
Oh, I think Randy's going for it.
100% Randy's going for it.
Randy has got mad respect. Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
was. He was.
Oh,
yeah.
No doubt.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. There it is. And
Nicely
the
done.
continuation spray just for good measure.
For my enjoyment.
Normally, I'd say the score is 13-1, but honestly, I don't think we need reminding. It's just been Texas A&M on lock, and that is an M249.
Oh, nice flashbang. Oh, there you go. That's what you get for buying that gun. Now, autos I can get behind the M249. I cannot. Don't believe in it. Cracking us. Leaving a
Give
bit
me
of
the
a
give.
B-side hold here. Oh, the hot presence. That's going to be a nice little nade lineup. Trying to bounce it off the high beam. Not quite the right angle.
I think you wanted the side beam there. I would have done the high beam, but I don't know. I'm also not a nade connoisseur.
Tech 9 does the job when the nades can't, though.
Fair. No scopes? That's what I saw right there. No, Tech 9 it is.
And again, it's Tricks flanking to a wide open bomb site while Kraken S is just moseying his way on. Oh, hello. I think he thought he heard a footstep. Bad comm.
Yeah.
Someone heard a ghost.
Yeah, somebody said behind you. That's what happened right there.
He's got 28 kills.
Holy cow, he does. I didn't realize that. That's insane. I mean, we know that the Kraken definitely has the most experience in this server, but dang, what a showcase of that. Didn't go for the no scope. Little disappointed, but that's okay. He
too.
gets the round 14-1 here, and well, if it wasn't the most dominant game we've ever seen here on the broadcast, I think this is shaping up to be the most dominant series.
Yeah. I mean, one round out of 33 is less than ideal, that's for sure. But again, you do have that gap in experience. Kraken S is certainly utilizing some of that experience in the game. That full effect, almost dropping 30 in one half is kind of absurd, if you ask me. Crashing down the ramp side of things, nice flash being set up for it. Samantha popping heads, but I don't realize just yet how they finally do hearing those footsteps. But no man's land of Samantha, no help as well. So here's a chance for more as they find 2 entries. Opportunities arising.
It's a possibility now. Kraken has missed a couple shots. Finally does find one.
Uh-oh.
See you later, Kraken. 2v4. And that is maybe the nail in the coffin there. Nats really needed to find something now into the dualies. That's a nice little clothesline. Now 3 to play with. He's getting flanked though. That's the problem. He's connected another one, but yeah, Trix is always on the flank, it seems, and he's certainly been tricky with it.
He's rocking a positive KD. He's shooting some heads at least. That's a good sign. Texas. Oh, backstab Tricks. They just hyped you up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Is it first eco around here for Texas A&M? I mean, I guess it is technically a force buy. It's a bit inaccurate to call it an eco. There's it's a 1-for-2 trade there in mid. It's not ideal for Texas A&M, and well, Red Spoon's there to try and make it a little bit more even with the help of Tricks.
Thank you very much. Didn't matter though. He got headshotted at the end of the day, so at least you got that going for you. 3v3.
Wait, does he
Well,
have a
run boost
Mandalorian
action.
helmet on? Is that what I just saw?
I don't know.
Skin?
Turn around there, Sherma. Oh,
Oh, okay, never mind.
wow.
Just when you thought Ole Miss had a chance,
Yeah.
NACE does something like that.
2 quick 1Ds will finish the job. Kraken S on the flank there is going to grab the final kill. 15. And looking for 16. 2 rounds. It's better than 1.
Maybe we can go to the T side spawn here and see if I'm just imagining things. So it certainly looked like a helmet to me, but not gonna get a chance this time. And potentially for the last time, actually, is yeah, match point on the cards. That's a bit unfortunate, but Kraken doesn't need help. Samantha as well, and it's quickly been gone down to just a one-man show here.
So ridiculous. Standoff in the ramp. NACE to finish the job. Then 16-2 is the second map score. a more so than the last map, 16-0. So definitely not a lot to say about that one other than absolutely lights out from Texas A&M, and then overall Ole Miss definitely showing a bit of a gap right there in terms of the experience. The rosters, like you and I both said at the beginning of this matchup, not sure what exactly to expect from Ole Miss, judging from their history on their ESEA pages and such. Not a lot of experience coming into this one. Not the case for Texas A&M. They showed their full force today.
Yeah, I think you actually you wrapped that up very well right there. Um, we saw what Texas A&M have on offer. We saw their what they can do to a team that is just not quite up to their level, and then that does beg the question, right? Whenever they get to the more difficult teams, well, are they going to show up like that? That gives me confidence that they're going to do exactly that, and well
Mhm.
have a lot of consistent success with doing that in the future. But with that being said, I'm gonna move along here. If you didn't know, today is World Cancer Day. And on top of that, LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. When Tobin was 3.5, his nagging arm and leg pain and regular fevers were not chalked up as blood cancer symptoms. It was until he was 4 years old, and it was a checkup that Tobin's doctor referred the family to a specialist. Tobin and his family would soon walk into a cancer center and have everything in their lives changed. Many tests and many days later, it was confirmed that Tobin had leukemia, and he began their new reality. New medications, new side effects, new schedules in and out of hospitals and clinics, rearranging the family home and work schedules every day was a marathon. For Tobin and his parents and two brothers, this was an intense and scary time, but having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with the blood cancer community and witness survival stories helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present and fought the war, and they won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark in December. He's now 9 years old, loves to play games, and plays Minecraft, Battlefront, Fortnite. Those are just a couple of his favorites, and he's aspiring to become a YouTuber when he grows up. Alongside this hero, Tobin, we want to recognize the LLS hero of the game who represents the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether that was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership. And today's LLS hero of the game is going to be Squirt or Samantha, as we saw in game. Squirt, congratulations. What a dominant performance.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me? Is my mic working?
Yeah, yeah, we
Yep.
got you.
Awesome,
We
great.
can hear you. Um,
Howdy, everyone.
Well, I mean, I guess just talk me through the prep today. Were you guys expecting this sort of domination against the likes of Mississippi?
I think definitely we were. Going in, we saw like, I guess we didn't really know that much to expect. Going in, like their face levels were pretty low, so I guess we were pretty confident. We just came off a few unfortunate matches in our main games, so we were kind of hoping for a confidence booster match. This definitely proved to be that. I mean, I feel like we played very well. We got a little experimental in certain rounds, playing very hyper aggressive. We had a pretty good time. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it was a good game for us for sure. We definitely needed that.
Experimental. That's a great way to put it. I really like that. I'm gonna steal that word from you, by the way. So in the times in which you were getting a little bit experimental, did you guys were you guys able to kind of figure out anything new that you're looking to put forward in future matches, or was it just a little bit of fun today?
There was some. So one thing we did try on Mirage was we had like a little boost, an underpass, like to see Cat like from under.
Mhm.
Like that was one thing we tried to do in our main game and it didn't work out. So we were like, let's just try this right now, like get some, I don't know, some fun stuff going on. So that was cool. But yeah, we were kind of just, I don't know, trying to have as much fun as we can, just playing together.
Yeah. I mean, I have a question about, the experience of this roster. I know that,
Sure.
Kraken S probably has some of the more experienced players. I think he's main playoffs now advanced. So, I
Yeah.
mean, having him on your roster, do you feel like you have opportunities to learn from him quite a bit?
Oh, for sure. He's definitely taught all of us the most. Now like he's not playing with us in league obviously, but
Mhm.
we've played with him a lot and he's taught us a lot, and so that's really helped us kind of been more successful like when we're playing without him as well. Last season in Maine we took over our teammates like dead main roster and we brought it
Mhm.
back and kept it from getting relegated. So we're just continuing playing in Maine now together without him, and so that's kind of where we're at right now.
Awesome.
So yeah.
And final question before we let you go, Squirt. Do you have anyone you want to shout out, say hello to while we have you on the cam?
I'll say shout out to my teammate Randy. It's always really fun to play with him. Shout out to all my teammates, of course. Spoon, Nash, Kraken. Shout out to Flair, who's our sub who was unable to play with us today. Um, he's he also is our coach in ESEA, and he's playing, or well, he was our coach. Now he's playing with us. But yeah, shout out to him as well. That's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, Squirt, again, congratulations to you and your team on what is a fantastic victory. We're going to obviously be looking at you guys as you continue in the Central Conference, and good luck with your games as they move forward. And thanks so much for taking the time to get in for the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
Appreciate it. And well, with that, we've definitely wrapped up series number one. I'm checking my time and I'm like, it's already over. Oh no, what's happened? Well, the good news is it's not fully over yet. We have another best of three planned for you fine folks watching at home. And I would argue this one is going to be a real fun matchup. It's going to be Purdue going up against the Michigan Tech Huskies. But you're going to have to stay tuned. We're going to be going there right after this break. Hello and welcome back for our second series of the day. And this one is the one I think we've all been waiting for. Vincent alongside of Cole or Exner. And, well, Cole, why don't you set the stage for me? What do we expect here?
Yeah, I mean, after what we saw was 2 rounds of competition that were 32 in favor of Texas AMU, it's going to be a whole lot more interesting in this match. I think right now we have Michigan Tech that are starting their season off very hot. They seem to be playing together as a team over in ESEA League and Advance right now. So there's a lot of positive signs for this Michigan Tech roster that we can very much look forward to here against a Purdue University roster that is rocking with a little bit of a firepower increase. They've added Consti. He's a premier player. And he's a good one at that. He's a very effective rifler alongside already having a very strong core of players like Hero Fate, Lect, Justin, for example. And so this roster, it's very, very scary with the names of firepower on this team. So I'm wondering if Michigan Tech's, unity and their team play can rise above that.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Consi is a professional player at this point. I mean, I think that's a fair statement in general. Playing at the level that he is. That being said, not everyone on this team has that sort of level, right? It's sort of a mixed bag, if you will. Granted, a relatively high level mixed bag
Mhm.
for Purdue, but I think we're getting a little bit far into the weeds. Let's pull up the rosters so that we can officially get that kind of overall conversation started, because I think if we're going to start somewhere, we actually do have to start with Michigan Tech. This is a team that probably three or four seasons ago were winning cash cups in ESEA. Winning maybe is the wrong thing. We're being very competitive in cash cups. They had a very, very strong roster led by Voltage. And I would say that the only big name kind of left from that is Retina. But now joined by a very strong group of main players, with Retina being in advanced. And I think that that is sort of a new core, and Michigan have done a really good job of kind of swapping from the old guard to the new while continuing to be competitive the entire time. And that's something that most collegiate teams don't do very well. I would point to UCF as an example of a team that struggled to do that very well. Purdue, on the other hand, you talked about how they have come out of nowhere. Why does that? Why does it feel that way?
Well, I mean, they already had such a good roster brought together with, like I had said, Lect, Tech, Justin, and Cure Fate. They had a very strong team put together. And I think that really only adjusting one piece of the puzzle in that sense, and that piece is Consti, that's like adding a whole, another little boost of firepower into this team. There's so much that gets offered up with Consti joining. Like you had said, you could argue he's getting close, if not already there at that professional level. So with all that being said, I mentioned this so much in collegiate. It's exciting because Consti has so much to offer to the rest of the team. Not only is he going to be a great rifler, he's going to put up numbers. He's also going to help out in terms of teaching the game to the less experienced players, and that sort of value that gets added into a team is so worth it.
Yeah, and I think we saw that last season where Purdue finished 13th and 14th overall, but I think that that's mostly because they ran into a buzzsaw in the playoffs that
Hmm.
it was a difficult team to overcome. Um, and I think that your point about that, Lech was able to really give a lot of information and help level up the likes of Tech and Curafate,
Hmm.
who are the less experienced players on this roster. And Consti is going to be able to do that, but more and better. You could only imagine, and especially with the setup and what we've seen from the likes of Slight, what they did with Slight and Kennesaw,
Hmm.
what they've done with Gank as well. That is something that has consistently been an effective strategy at helping raise the overall performance level of a team. But cool. We know that things are not always just about the players in the server. It's about where that server is set to bring us. And I got the chance to ask a couple of questions to the coach over at Michigan Tech, and I expect that they are going based on their response. I expect that we're going to see more than likely some overpass, maybe some Inferno. That is the collegiate classic. But we have the pick band here ready to go. Let's take a look.
I'm excited to see what these two teams get into right now in terms of the maps. I will say that overall, we're starting things off with a rough start for the season for Michigan Tech in terms of their main experience. 0-2 at the moment. They've lost two nuke games, so I imagine they might be trying to avoid that at the moment. So we'll see what those vetoes line up to be. I think that at the end of the day, Michigan Tech, they're saving grace against this team, like you had said, and got to talk with the coach a little bit, is that they need to get things rolling pretty quickly. They need to get off to a hot start. We are getting into those vetoes here. Mirage Band immediately. I think that's great for the firepower that we're going to see from Purdue. Ancient picked in from Purdue, which is
Woo!
super exciting. I'd love to see that. Overpass and then Nuke later down the line is going to get banned, and finishing out on Vertigo here. So there's that new map that I was talking about. That's going to be a great addition to the firepower. And wasn't expecting it from Purdue side of things. Again, I don't know how much work this team is putting in terms of scrims and stuff, but I will take it any day of the week.
I actually want to go back. I'll have to go double check this probably during the break, but I'm pretty sure that Purdue was one of the players during, or one of the teams during playoffs, that was willing to play Ancient. We saw like
Hmm.
2 or 3 Ancient picks during playoffs last semester, and I think Purdue was one of those. I'll have to go back and double check that though. In the meantime, I think that it's interesting you talked about some nuke difficulties for MTU in Maine. Well, they sure as heck didn't ban that way. They left it alone,
Hmm.
and they allowed for Purdue to have to ban that out if they didn't want to play it. So I think that this is a really good overall pick ban for MTU. But I think Purdue, they do have an advantage in firepower, at least on paper.
Hmm.
And so that kind of brings me into the insight that Chris, the coach for MTU, was sharing with me, and that was they want to focus on MTU. It's not about Purdue and what Purdue are doing. It's about playing their own game, and I think that's a really good strategy to take when you're going up against what really realistically is a bit of an unknown.
100%. Yeah, you definitely have to focus on yourself a lot more, especially if you start to think down the lines of, oh, this player is going to be very good in this matchup. You don't want to walk into a matchup expecting yourself to struggle against individuals. So hopping into this best of three and focusing on your strong suits, say your Infernos, even not really getting rid of Nuke later on down the line in your second ban phase is a good sign, I will say. Despite the recent struggles on that map, they definitely are picking into some of their strong suits here in terms of the vetoes, and that's going to be another win condition. And again, like you and I both said, I think that they have good coaching staff behind them to try and improve, and maybe that is part of that input from the coach, hopping into some of these vetoes and maybe even play style later down the line.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Your opinion on who got the advantage map ban pick wise? My gut is telling me that it all comes down to Ancient.
Mhm.
Um, if Michigan are competitive on Ancient, I think this might be their series, whether that be in 2 or 3 maps. If they struggle in Ancient, I think that's a sort of momentum swing that they'll struggle to deal with.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that one thing to keep in note is that if we're looking to see strong ancients, you have to, take a look at what your CT sides are looking like, what sort of aggression you can go with, and giving yourself enough cushion on those T sides. That's going to be one of the win conditions here for Purdue on that map, considering they picked into it. They're going to be having to start things off on that T side. And so, with that being said, we're going to need to see some depth in the strap book here from Purdue. Not sure exactly what they're going to bring to the table. I mean, maybe Consi can bring up some strats. Even like you had said, I think Lect can bring in some nice experience in that sense as well for this roster. But overall, definitely need some really strong T sides to start things off on Ancient, because you walk into it and you realize very quickly that that can be a CT dominated map all the way through, and you need to give yourself some wiggle room here heading into the second half.
There's no doubt about that, and I went and did some double checking there just a moment ago. When you're making your point about Ancient and MTU, they do have experience on Vertigo. Just for the record, played that in the playoffs against Davenport. Fortunately, we know how
Mhm.
that ended, as Davenport were dominating. But they were willing to float the Ancient pretty regularly in their pick ban. It actually didn't come up with the exception of against Lebanon Valley College LVC that we actually discussed a little bit earlier in the program here. So it's definitely something that at least through last season they weren't necessarily scared of Michigan. So I think that's positive signs, but it's definitely not any guarantee at all.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that that can definitely swing either way. I mean, MTU just showing that they're not willing to permaban it. I mean, a lot of teams kind of just have picked that one up, especially teams that are practiced together, that spend a lot of time together. They really try and avoid those new maps because they know that it can potentially be a map that catches you off guard. It's a map that you have to learn. Now, obviously, Ancient's been in the pool for quite some time, but there's not too much history on that. Even in Tier 1 CS, you don't see it all that often. It's a pretty rare occurrence, depending on what the tournament and the team. So I mean, there's definitely a lot to be learned about. I think that that map needs some work for me personally, but I mean, MTU showing that they're not willing to permaban it and or willing to float it later on definitely shows some comfortability in that sense. Otherwise, it's a lot like Vertigo, where if you don't practice it, you're going to struggle quite a bit. And so yeah, it's a good sign.
Yeah, well, and the point you made about Ancient just in general not being a map that's played. I mean, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that if you looked at like the matchmaking numbers and the ESEA numbers and the basic
Hmm.
numbers and see what the pick rates are for Ancient, I'm gonna go out and say it's probably relatively low.
Hmm.
And well, even in tier one, like you said, it was a huge talking point in the last major finals about Ancient and being a kind of a hail mary. I mean, it's that exact sort of reason. So we've talked about it at length, and it's good to see it here. I think Purdue, they if they aren't if they don't look prepped for it, then I will have a lot of question marks. That's
Yeah.
just that'll be the reality, because you could have had a nuke or an overpass, and I know that Purdue, they're smart. They know to look at what MTU's, excuse me, been doing
Mhm.
over in Maine. They know what's going on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, and it very well could be that reality of just Purdue starting things off cold in this map. Now, obviously, we could be totally wrong, and we could see that firepower to shine to full effect over in Ancient. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Purdue have in store for us. We are hopping into this pistol arm. We're getting Inferno started here for the first map of the day on our second best of three, and right now we're seeing a heavy A side setup for the likes of MTU. Got a lot of presence, rather Purdue. They've got a lot of presence here in that side of the map.
Yes, they do. And yeah, like for like, this is a hard matchup, no doubt. Being slow and steady though for the opening pistol. It's a little bit of pressure being applied over in towards the apartments by Michigan, but instead we're going to be headed towards B, or the most likely.
That way pretty quickly here. It's only one defender left, playing a very passive setup, able to land that first headshot though. Oh, and a second one so quick. He's the retake player. He doesn't even have an armor. He has a kit, and now starting to chase things down his retina, looking to take control of that backhaul, but quickly found out. Onto Lect here. At least they're standing with the man advantage, trying to hold that kit in his hand, swinging out. Double swing actually coming through from MTU, able to hold on to that advantage. Curofate looking to find a quick trade. Knows that Caligator last alive over towards Banana, picking up that kit as well as Curofate. Needs to tap it. Knows that both are off it at the moment. Caligator going for a swing, able to line up one headshot. That leaves it into a 1v1. Curofate tapping the bomb here, looking for the chase down, but needs to force him out of position here. Another tap in, but these aren't the long range guns you hope to see. And again, he's just buying so much time with every swing here. Curofate already calling this one off, and a nicely clutched round from Caligator.
Yeah, listen. There's not an often point in which I say, yeah, the dualies were a terrible decision. Unfortunately, this is one of them. The dualies at that range, I mean, it's just not good. What else is there to say? They're great up close. You saw the double kill that he was able to pick up before that, but a difficult position and a difficult angle for this Purdue roster. So you pick up that first round, big start, especially on the T side. I was watching a game just yesterday, and getting a bad start on Inferno, it can be devastating.
Yeah, especially on that T side as well. I mean, you could very quickly struggle to find those T side rounds, given the fact that you give those CT side all that utility, potential to grab banana control early on and rounds. And I mean, even clawing that one back from a 5v3 as well is a really promising sign for MTU here. A lot of presence once again towards this A side of things here. They look to keep up middle. Texas gets some damage, but here comes that collapse. Justin finds a quick frag. There's two to answer back here with the Galil. Oh man, continuing to dominate. Lord of Pies finds all four frags on the A entry right there, single-handedly collapsing that stack. What a lovely bit of entry work done from him, and now Lect. I mean, this is certainly a save.
Yeah, that armor, that deagle, those nades most specifically, are now on the ground. As I was hoping that we'd be seeing him fall back, but for some reason going for the fight, doesn't find anything. 2-0 here for Michigan, and it's gonna have to be the save. Purdue don't have any money to work with. They're going for a nade stack though, by the looks of it. It's gonna be up towards middle. This could be good. See, no, nobody going in that direction, but the nades do connect. They're doing quite a bit of damage.
Curofate did a brilliant bit of damage with that HE. The issue is he's got a USP to really defend against this one, so shouldn't have too much success. Again, it's more chip damage, but site's already compromised here, and this is nearly a one round at the moment for him. You might as well call it. And so at this point in time, it's going to be Purdue likely looking for some exit kills, looking to do some damage, keep them contained in the bomb site. Lord of Pies, 4 chances to find frags, and he will. I still don't know how he's able to find all 4 kills on that bracket sold. I mean, you almost never see that sort of success.
I mean, yeah, it was part of it was definitely, having, not being the entry guy, being the second or third in or whatever, but yeah, it's definitely part of that, especially sustained success.
Out.
Nice utility usage there at the end. Arguable whether or not it's fully worth it, but still, All these kills are money in the bank.
Ooh.
That's 2 kills from behind. Curafate. It's one of those players that I was talking about, you know, not the most experienced on this roster, but has really impressed me overall with the times I've seen Purdue play. That I'm like, despite the lack of experience, despite, you know, anything to the contrary, he's just playing. He plays so well.
100%. Yeah, he's just a super solid player and has been for quite some time. Uh-oh. Oof. So I've actually noticed constantly picking up the AWP here as well. So one thing to keep an eye on, and for good reason, finding that opening frag there, shutting down Dedo in the early stages of the round here. It's a nice kickoff to things. Keeping that A attack nice and tame here, but the issue is there's more right around that corner. A bit of a port side setup going on here with Justin and Tech, but quickly going down as Tech, but good for the trade. Justin alleviates some of that pressure.
Well, that smoke could have been a little better, I think, but does its job, I guess. So nobody's going to actually push in for the time being. As I say that, looking to maybe try and get some apartments control are the Huskies. And you know, you're talking about Conceit and this op. That is the reason, right? We saw the opening frag. That's now the secondary. Has an inkling of an idea. Callie's pushing up as well, and all that information is going the way of Curafate and Justin on the site, who both find frags. So Purdue, off the back of Constie's op, pick up the round.
Yeah, and I think that purchase is largely based off of the fact that he probably does need to take some of these rounds to the palm of his hand. He does need to be the one going for openers and finding multi-kills, and the op is so often good for that, especially when you are a level or two above your opponents.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. MTU a very strong team as well, and I don't know that we've seen that, you know, large differentiation yet. I'm gonna hold up before we maybe go that far. I say that. Let push back just a little bit off the Molotov. It's always a dangerous molly if you don't actually get it towards car, but still it's worked out in their favor. And now you have the standard apartment and banana control that is so important for the T side of Inferno.
A lot of presence here once again towards A, and trusting pretty frequently in Lex's ability to hold down this A bomb site here. They will walk into the stack though, and very quickly Consti finds it first. They all are walking into the crosshairs, and it is a very simple and easy hold right there for Purdue as they're able to lock things down. They're really sticking to this heavy A side setup, heavy porch, and just maintaining that brackets control for Purdue, and it has had limited success in the early stages. Once they've gotten those rifles out, once they've gotten the op into Consti's hands, it's been looking good. Aggression towards bananas has to deal with the one on site. Like good for the first, and bomb plant won't come in there. Is Curafate able to deny that one? Nice reaction.
Purdue, after going down 3 on the pistol, are starting to bring this back very, very, very easily. And just now one round away from tying this game back up. The worst case, or the worst for Michigan, is that they have just got pistols to work with, and it's not a whole lot of those either. Looks like a couple P250s, a Tech 9, and Glocks with 1 or 2 bits of utility. Those are already being poured out. Just a singular smoke left there for Cali. It's the push in towards bracket works out, and it's a split.
Looking for multiples as well. Looking to try and kick things off. And they close things down quite nicely. It's into a 2v2 though. They've got themselves an opportunity here as Tech and Justin looking to make their way on the flank. And oh, it's already being met here with the presence early on. Headshotting all the other from Retna. Good for the first. Can't double down though. The issue is Lord of Pies holding this angle with the AWP ready and hits the tripwire. They close that one down, and MTU. What a strong answer back right there.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think Purdue misplayed that one a little bit. They could have used a bit more patience. Instead, they tried to meet the, meet the push in towards the CT spawn where they were at, and kind of caught a couple of those Purdue players off guard. So MTU take advantage, gather weapons, and that AWP to close the round. Speaking of which, that's now in the hands of Retna. a huge player for this Michigan roster. Has been here for the longest of times, and is looking for the opening while Skonsti has the op of his own once again.
Having to reinvest into that here. That's just such a big round for MTU to grab. Offers up some of that momentum stopping potential that they're hoping for in a round like this. Able to break that economy potentially if they're closing 2 in a row. A lot of control this time, though, given over to MTU as well. Might be going back to some of that brackets approach. They're trying to sell out maybe a rotate or two towards this B bomb site, knowing that they've really struggled to take that brackets control at the moment. Using all their utility to gather that. But a boost about the smoke is pretty smart.
That's nice work. Whenever you don't have a clear opportunity to find an opening pick, manufacture one, is what I like to say. And that's exactly what Purdue have done. They've done a good job of it. Pure Fate, nice timing on the counter flash. And in fact, the MP9, though not ideal, working wonders. Now with the help on the longer range weaponry, leaves just a singular player in clean slate, open and alive for the T side.
He's open. Ooh, spotted. No time to plant, though. Already getting chased down. I was about to say, there was a small opportunity, a little window for him to get those numbers punched in, but it was denied from Justin. He was able to make it in time.
It's like a chase has begun as Michigan, they claw their way ahead just for a moment, and Purdue equal that nearly immediately. This Inferno is shaping up to be a very back and forth affair. Speaking of back and forth, the buys are just that. Michigan left with very little, and they're pushing all mid. Out is Consti. He's got one, but the spray control from Justin. Good for a double kill. Still alive and kicking, though, are the Huskies, and they're moving in towards the A site. One more to find, and they found it. We're equalized here, Cole.
One of those rounds that just gives MTU so much at the moment. They're even repositioning, getting themselves in decent post plants. They don't even realize what's being wrapped upon, but Lech is able to hit that reaction. And now we have one left in 2 apartments here. Redna, probably the man you want in this position in the 1v2, able to isolate that first fight, quickly repositioning here, but doesn't realize he's going to meet him in apartments. Oh, maybe he does. Look at this awareness. For the footstep turning around just in the wrong time. Scrolling, but he still lands it. Oh my God, Retina closing that one out. Absolutely massive for MTU. Another big round from him.
Retina has no business winning that 1v1 duel. What a read, what awareness, number one. But then, he's got to be a fat figure on the jump, and still wins the fight despite that. Oh my goodness. There's a reason I hype this guy up and I talk about him so much, and that is it.
Great stuff. What a great closer right there from Retina. Again, they get themselves into a position where they can try and string things together. That'll break that economy of Purdue and keep them at bay here. It's already lining up to be a pretty decent T side here at the moment. If they can keep the ball moving, that would be even better here. This time, they've certainly forced off some of that brackets control, and now much more B-centric approach, trying to take that car ready with the flashes. And it's read nicely right now. A lot of presence, early brackets control taken. This is a good start. They have to be careful. Aggression in, and even landing that second dink. It allows for Justin to find reactions. A quick trade as they look to split in towards B. Now there's a flash being held.
Good flash overall. Doesn't actually get the target, but Lex still wins the fight. Here's Retina, who's found the flank. He's got the double kill. This is once again a big comeback into this round. And Florida Pies is like, well, I guess if you're over at A already, I'll try to rotate, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. There's players in both directions, and it's going to be hard to rendezvous. So I say that, though. Mid, that's where the player is. And through the smoke, he caught him just a glance before the smoke popped up. And how are Michigan finding ways in to these rounds?
It's massive recoveries in so many rounds right there. You're starting things off pretty rough, and there's so many good ideas set from Purdue as well. You're having those perfectly timed flashbang setups in. You have nice re-aggression that's multi-pronged when you're trying to take brackets control and holding on to that, and just recycling flashes right now towards this lane, though, and Curo Fate is running out of time here for this A post plant, and Retina just swings in for the fences, closing that one out with a 3K. And I mean, he clutched in the 2 rounds prior. He has a massive multi-kill in this one.
Retina, more like Godna. This guy is unstoppable. Absolutely outrageous stuff. As well, Michigan, what was a back and forth game, Retina has turned into now a little bit more one-sided affair. Even more so because if you look at the money, it's flat broke. Purdue ain't got nothing to work with in this round. You can see USPS is across the board, and that's because it's what 2,200 to 1,900, the full reset essentially, as they're on that first round loss bonus.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing really nice here from MTU is that they are showing their strengths in terms of team plays. They are playing disadvantaged situations so very nicely. You know, you're talking about 3v5s converted, ecos that are converted off of just grouping up and playing off each other nicely. And they are consistently doing it as well. I mean, even in that last round where it gets a bit chaotic in terms of trying to group up, Retina comes in for support to allow for Lord of Pies to make his way in towards that A bomb site, even find a kill on their way there. So they're checking all the boxes for what I would want to see as an MTU that's going to try and outwork the firepower in terms of just team play.
Yeah, and the caveat to add to that too is that Purdue aren't throwing those rounds away. Like it's one thing if Purdue throw the round and they just all press W into you. But that's not what's happening. Purdue have been playing it relatively smart, at least as much as they can. Obviously, that last round, 2 players were kind of caught separated, but that's besides the point. I mean, it's active plays by the likes of Retina to create those opportunities, and that's a very different thing. As this pistol round or eco round, excuse me, for Purdue is playing very very slow. They aren't giving anything away. Just trying to play some numbers advantage games, get a 1-for-1 trade kind of deal, but those just really aren't working out.
Not at all. I'll see able to finally finish the job out of Retina here. Might look to retrieve that AK. Everyone huddled in towards site at the moment. Luck able to go and grab that. Mission complete. He'll get out of dodge here. It's left to the rest. Curo Fate and Consti to do any economical damage. Try and keep those bank accounts low. It's not stacked up too high, but Consti going to give up his life. So they shouldn't have too much more success. But you have to agree with you. Purdue's putting up a pretty solid game. I'm liking the bracket setups that they're throwing out. They've had good ideas. But again, it has been, a little bit of unity in between Retina and Lord of Pies. I think they've got nearly 30 kills between the two.
It does feel that way. And, we'll get the actual number here in a second. Yeah, I mean, pretty darn close. That's the reality. The Retina, Lord of Pies, and when you got 2 players playing like that, it certainly helps out. The other thing, Retina is the individual who has that experience, who can keep everyone calm. And the other thing to note is that those situations, they really remind me of situations that I saw Davenport in last season and continuously win. So yeah, the fact that Coach Chris is coming from Davenport, I think is not something to overlook.
100%. Yeah, they're looking a well-oiled machine in those disadvantageous situations here. As now they look to very quickly pop out of the halls. They collapse onto the setup here. They've struggled to find the entries, but there you go. Nice trade from Dedo. And the site comes collapsing. There's no one else to defend. You're talking about an A post-plant situation here within seconds. Within nearly the start of the round. Just pretty much calling it quits. And yeah, they're already out of this one. Calling this Dave. A minute left onto the round, and they found their way into the A bomb site. That is incredibly clean to pull out of the hat right there.
Well, let's talk about why that's so effective, though, Cole. We saw Michigan play relatively passive for the first 30 or 40 seconds of every round, and with the one maybe exception in this game, and now they just flat out run it through halls and pop out. That's a change of pace that is incredibly effective, and they worked Purdue. They set an expectation and then entirely changed that at the last moment, and it works wonderfully. At that point, you're forced to save if you're Purdue. There's just no way back yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're not retaking the A bomb site 9 times out of 10. in an even situation, and that was a 4v3 as well. So nice little adjustment being made from Michigan Tech to catch Purdue totally off guard right there. You're exactly right. That change of pace worked out nicely, and they even got a chance to get a nice little dry run in the USP round prior, where they popped out of halls.
Mm-hmm.
They got their testing in versus the USPs. It worked out versus that. Now they're going to try and keep the pace up here. Keep the aggression very quick up towards Banana. Already taking that car control. All 5 are here, so it's a full commitment. Rotates are in fast. They're taking the site already. There's one over in the planting. Surely not here in the smoke, but a
Wow.
quick kill straight through it. Calligator's going to find it. A reboost above the smoke here to try and trade back. It's good from Consti, and the numbers continue to favor them as they're able to find 2 through the smoke.
And those smoke frags for both sides, very fortunate here thus far. Now the difficulty is going to become the fact that Purdue are rotating in from all the same angle pretty much, and clean slate, good for one, make it a doubles, not ready for the third in that same position, and it's Justin to fall on the entry. So with that, the double spray down. Are you kidding me, Calligator? What is that? Finding the timing, and well, there wasn't a lot of time left on the bomb anyway, but Michigan Tech, the decision making that they have right here, that they've been making here in the last 5 or so rounds, has been phenomenal. And the reason that I say that, they got a little lucky there on the back end, right, Cole? But ultimately, they rushed B because they thought that there wasn't any utility to deal with them, and they were right.
They've been reading this one perfectly. And now it's not even like this firepower is going to be a big factor here. They're working with so much confidence with this sort of lead, with the rounds that they're winning, pulling things back. You got Red and then Lord of Pies leading the way. And then now Calligator stepping up with a big clutch. Everyone is finding their successes. And again, that firepower is going to become less of a factor. A nice little reaction from Retina, lightning quick. Mag 7 left to defend the site. While it is a good gun, it's not quite the sniper the XM can be here. Long range, takes a shot as well. Going back for seconds, a little bit ambitious here as 2 are locked out through the smoke. Lecter's going to walk through it. Timing. Oh, big kill right there.
Yep. That's huge. Purdue desperately need something to work with here. Double digits on the T side of Inferno is really, really difficult to overcome, especially against a team that is as well drilled as Michigan is. So every little bit counts, and it's a 2 versus 3. There is a scout online, but literally every player here for Michigan is killable with 1 shot by that scout. So it's sort of irrelevant. It's basically an op at this point with increased movement speed. Unfortunately, that op has nothing to help out as both players go down. It's Dedo and Lord of Pies to follow it up. And my mind goes back to that conversation that we've referenced a couple of times with the coach here for Michigan, and that was, you know, literally a quote here: "We find a way to stall their momentum and run up some of our own." I can't think of a better description of this game.
Oh, 100%. And I think that largely that is off the back of 2 massive eco clutches, or rather force by clutches coming through from MTU. They were going for risky investments, and both times they panned out. You almost have to succeed in a half like that. They've done so good at doing exactly what they needed to do here. They're checking the boxes. They came in with a nice game plan here, at least in the first half.
Add
And
the
this Halls
reads.
pop is going to be really hard to deal with right now. 3 players stacked over towards porch. They're rotating another in, but they're going to be caught in transition.
Oh man, what a good adjustment though for Justin. He's done literally everything in more.
Oh,
What an incredible adjustment. Finds kills both on the left and on the right, and is able to stay alive for so very long to pick up 4 frags.
still closable here. Clean slate. He has got 2 very low targets. Good news is one of them has repositioned in towards apartments. This is going to be tricky to clear, hard to expect, and I think that'll catch him off guard here completely. Clean slate not spotting him. Now jumped out in towards pit. They've switched positions here, but hasn't hurt it just yet. Clean slate clutch gets a whole lot harder as he's trying to deal with multiples. Hero Fate finds a quick trade there, and it is a 4th round secured from Purdue. Nice round right there put up, though. I mean, massive multi-kill from Justin.
Yeah, that's one of those hero plays, and that's, like I said, Purdue need a couple more rounds here, and getting a 4th on the board, giving them a good chance of getting that 5th as well. That's definitely a half that is, it's not ideal, but it's not going to be devastating in the long run. That's a very aggressive move from the likes of Cali as they move forward and die to the Molotov. If it weren't for that, Lect would have certainly had to help out. It's just a straight up duel here coming through the apartments. And, well, this time I've been praising MTU on their decision making and their reads. This was not a good one. Just thinking that maybe that one individual would pull enough rotations, but that is not the case.
Had two players ready to just post up on apartments. Everyone was heading that way, so all you really had to do was hold down mouse one on such a small chokehold and very quickly shut that one down. I mean, Purdue, they found a little bit of ground towards the tail end. Now, is 5 enough on the CT side? I'm going to say certainly no. With what MTU is going to put up on their CT side, it's going to be very tricky to deal with. I think that, again, they're showing proper adjustments on their T side. They're looking nice with how they're playing some of these man disadvantage situations. It's going to be even harder now on the CT side for them to deal with here. So Purdue are in for a bit of an uphill climb if they want to close out their opponent's map pick. And they're not starting it off nice with a very early kill given over to Retina.
Retina continuing the work that he started there in the first half. The other, I think, key performance indicator here for Purdue is that Consti has really been shut down in the latter half of half number 1. So hopefully Consti can get moving once again. It's going to be a B hit for Purdue as they push themselves forward. There we go. Smoke going out. Flash to follow it up, but Lord of Pies was in position. That flash is from the CTs, and it's fantastic. Unfortunately, Lord of Pies still missing some shots. He's
my
going to go down Deado with one before the trade of Cure of Fate. It's a 3 versus 2, and Michigan are ahead.
Working with the advantage here, but still, post plants pretty hard to deal with. Have to rely on those long range angles here. They're trying to take fights early on, looking for a crossfire from Pool and Emo Pillar immediately taken care of, though. No questions asked as MTU take the pistol and move their way forward here to an 11th round for them. I will say, great setup from MTU to start this one off as well. You could see that they had two players both playing in a perfect position for their teammate and CT spawn to throw those flashbangs. One in new box, one on the Emo Pillar. Once you draw attention all above that new box position, those flashbangs are so perfect. And again, it's more of that team play. It's more of that setup that we're seeing from MTU that's countering so nicely Purdue's firepower here.
Yes, it is. And once again, I mean, we saw MTU pick up the pistol in the last half. Here we are again. Another pistol round, and that's another indicator, right? It's very difficult to win a game when you lose both pistols, and fortunately, that's what Purdue have run up against. Now, I want to maybe pump the brakes just a little bit, though, and remind everyone that Inferno is Michigan's pick.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't like DEFCON 5 for Purdue.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm still scratching my head at this Ancient, what it's going to look like. We just don't know yet, but nice damage here. The round could turn around very quickly here. They've gotten a B execute. They need a rotator, and that smoke is going to make things very tricky. Luckily enough, two players rolling down Banana. That's going to be bomb dropped in the palm of their hands. Retin dropping it and going for more here. They all start collapsing so very quickly. And the flank just comes through at the exact right time to close that one down. Just when it got scary for those B players, all three on A flank the execute.
What a great timing as well from the Michigan defense. And, well, Purdue are just in a real tough spot. We're going to be on the eco here once more. It's really going to come down to that first gun round, isn't it, Cole? Got to get something going on that, surely.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop that one, that's 14 for MTU, and you're pretty much turning your attention towards what Ancient is going to look like. I mean, not fully so, but you're getting there at that point. It's very hard to come back from a deficit such as that. So we'll see if they can find a recovery here. I mean, this was a turnaround point for MTU. They were able to win, or they were able to close out on some nice pistol rounds. And I think what the issue was some of these ecos. MTU have been really doing some good work with those. Balls pop coming on through. It's going to be a nice cleanup. MP9 farming up some cash, and this one has the potential to be flawless here, which is polar opposite from what Purdue were able to put up on their CT sides.
Yes, it is. And I mean, another good anti-eco round. You know, I guess to be fair, you could literally pick a phase of the game or an individual thing and say that Michigan have been doing it well, but
Mhm.
anti-ecos have been one of those things.
Mhm.
They have been doing very well. Where Michigan themselves had some sort of shoddy buys that worked in their favor, has not at all been the case. We're seeing aggression here in mid, one towards Consti, but he's insta-traded. And that's what we've seen been happening very often. How, as this is getting fought back little by little. Callie,
Oh my
though,
god.
how is he still peaking? Why is he still peaking and finding success? I will never know. But we're a minute and 25 and only 5 players left in the server.
Actually gonna meet him head on here and wisely backing up into those footsteps have been heard. Trying to go for the pre-fire. Calligator will get shut down there. He's looking for a second. Lacked. Nice little headshot to close things down. So punishing what was an attempt at a statement round from MTU, an attempt to drive that nail home by running down mid and asserting their dominance. And you can see that the confidence is exuding from MTU. There's no doubt about it with how they're playing. Even with the re-aggression from Lord of Pies down Banana, after witnessing his entire team go down, he's looking to try and keep fighting. They're not scared of anything right now. That's a very scary prospect for Purdue, but they're able to hold on. They're able to stay afloat for a little bit longer.
I don't even hate the decision from Michigan to do what they did. I think
Mm-hmm.
the risk reward type deal. If you win that round, you essentially have won the game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, to lose that round for that potential victory, I'm okay with it. Nice nade stack. I really like that idea. It's not going to come up with anything this time, but it definitely alerts Michigan that, hey, it's a threat. You don't want to be in that position with an AWP, for example. And that definitely could be a place that Retina plays. We've seen that come to fruition often enough.
100%. Always good for some chip damage. Not in this round, as I think he was trying to utilize a bit of a one-way on Banana right there to try and find some tease off guard. So far, we've got a minute left into the round. At the end of the day, they do have car control, which is certainly nice to have, but it does limit your options towards B. Holding down a lot of that brackets early on, even recycling that smoke towards the top of mid. It's going to telegraph this play towards B a little bit. They're going to have an idea, a decent one, as to where Purdue want to end things. And you can see it in the rotations here. A third player bringing his way in towards B, ready to defend against this. Even more utility being utilized from MTU on A to really lock that one down and afford that gamble. And here comes the execute. Right as CT, almost lining up a couple.
That was a nice opening. Another chance. Gonsi's on this and is able to find both of the frags needed to enter into this site. It also gives the advantage towards Purdue. And looking at this 3 versus 4, Consti
Jeez.
is playing an outrageous position considering this. Finally going to get shut down, but with 3 frags in his pocket, he is not even bothered. There's only one left alive as Retina falls. That's Dedo, who does dunk a grenade in towards Curo Fate. So 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. And the crossfire was already set up to make that one impossible. So Purdue are on the board here in the second half, Cole, and it's off the back of a pretty darn good default.
Pretty good default alongside some incredible openers from Consti. This is the thing that I was worried about. I mean, again, we talk about the requirement here. Consti is going to be on the AWP to try and offer up a lot of those openers. I'll hold that thought, though. Right now, we've got middle and Banana here. This could be a very quick end of the round. Nice flashbang set up from Hero Fate. Turning around, though. No luck for Justin. He will be taken care of eventually. And I don't know if he'll have too much more success from here on out. Knowing one right around the corner. Lord of Pies will take 2 down with them. Alongside Deado. But a quick round right there.
Very quick indeed. And decent on the eco as well. It definitely made it quick and easy. But it's just a 5-round deficit. And this is where you got to remember that, hey, it's a long way to 16 rounds, right? It's only that 5 rounds, and that turns into a very easy comeback very quickly. If Michigan are not able to stop things as they're moving. Purdue denied in this banana situation for just a moment, but now looking to fight for it. Alligator is setting up the flashbang for his teammate. Peek, find nothing. Gonna do it again. Just to double check. This time, there's probably some information gained off the audio And Consi's op is now in position and can stick there.
Also missing a couple of op shots, so there's opportunities for him to find that opening kill there, but not connecting. He's giving off some of these the secondary op vibes for sure, which is fine at this level. But Pure Fate, that is so crazy aggressive. He's able to find that entry, does eventually fall to the Molly spread. They're still faking out this AXQ. The issue is MTU aren't really biting too much to some of these fakes, and there's not really any space created. They'll take that 1v1, or 1-for-1 rather. There's only 40 seconds left into the round, and they still have 2 players towards B with pretty decent utility at that.
Yeah, and I'm actually not quite sure why NTU aren't biting on some of these fakes. They, on paper, seem to be pretty good. Now, obviously, this rotation's very slow and a bit obvious, but you know, if they were to throw in this execution just maybe 15 seconds earlier, then I would have thought that would have been pretty solid. Instead, we got 3 players here on the site, and Lord of Pies is the first. It's a nice flash once again, help out from Calligator, and it's all one way. And that is Michigan Tech.
I'm with you. I don't know what sort of information or what sort of gamble they were rocking with right there, but the fact that they even brought a 3rd player over towards the B bomb site blows my mind. I mean, what a great red round right there. It's mind blowing that they're able to have that level of information, even if it is a gamble stack. It worked out wonderfully for them. Great read from MTU, and they look to barrel off some of that. Gather themselves a 2nd round. Now, the real issue if Purdue were to drop around like this, it would really leave them in the doldrums, economically speaking.
No doubt in that. We'll have to see. 1 minute 20 is ticked away, so about 25 seconds into this round, and well, sort of slow and steady. Hasn't necessarily come to the perfect conclusions here, and Retina. That's just a sliver of a moment to respond, and he's done it perfectly. Looking for a 2nd one here, doing just that. Give him a 3rd, maybe. And he has it. You line him up, he'll knock him down like bowling pins they go. 14-8, and it might be 15 soon, as Consi and Justin are going to have to pull some heroics to win this with 45 seconds on the clock.
Just too much of a crossfire as well on this A-bomb site. Perfect timing on the peak towards Apps. Dodo's taking some damage, but it's just chip damage here. Consi will find 1 kill before he falls, and this is that economy issue I was talking about here. There's only a little bit in reserves for Justin and Consi, and even that is only going to be a Galil at best here. So MTU looking to pretty much mosey their way through map 1. And again, this is their map pick here, but CT sides have looked really well put together. They have nice reads, and so these are some of the win conditions that are required on a map like Ancient, and especially having a nice popper like Retina. Finding these sort of shots. What a fast flick right there. That's his 30th kill, and what a great way to get there.
Yeah, in relatively few rounds as well. Let's just add that on there. There's no doubt in my mind this game's a very different beast if we don't see Retina with this sort of frag potential. But if you're Purdue, you just got to accept it is what it is. I mean, Retina's playing a fantastic game on the day, and well, you got to ask the question: where are your star players? And I mean, it's hard to argue they've been absent because they haven't necessarily. They've had some success. They've been playing decently well. It's just not as well as the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Red has been locking this one down. You see nice clutch rounds from Calligator, and then Lord of Pies has been just consistently finding multi-kills. So it has been just a full team effort in terms of closing out Inferno here. Calligator, denying entry towards the B side of things. They're both split up. Bombs down and spawn here, so I think this round has a timer on its length, and you know, same case for Purdue and map 1 at least here as Lek looks to lurk up. Watching his cover, and not a chance. Ooh.
Yeah. 1 and 2. Picks up the op, tries for something more, but there's just nothing more to find in that one. A 16-8 scoreline in the favor of Michigan Tech. Now, granted, on their map pick. Again, just gotta caveat that, but man, I wasn't necessarily expecting that sort of impressive showing. I think that really
Mhm.
sets the tone for the rest of the series, Cole.
100%. That was incredibly one-sided overall. There's ecos that were lost on that CT side. I feel like they never really got their CT sides rolling on Purdue. They didn't consistently get an op in Consi's hands, which isn't really a liability. He's fine with a rifle, but I mean, still, there was a lot to be desired on Purdue's CT sides and just not much seen on their T sides in terms of closing out gun rounds here and there. But overall, I mean, Purdue are really going to need to show us a strong ancient because otherwise, that pick is going to be a massive question mark in a series that has looked so far all MTU's way.
That it is. Well, Purdue going to think on whether or not they made a mistake or whether they're very much looking forward to getting into Ancient. I certainly am, and I know you are, Cole. Well, if you are at home, you're going to have to wait just a couple more minutes because we're going to be headed to a short break. But once we come back, Ancient will be on your screen shortly.
Cancer may be tough, but we are tougher. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You may not have heard of us, but our game-changing research has led to the belief that the cures for cancer are in our blood. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood.
Hello and welcome back to what is looking like a pretty darn good series, Vincent, alongside Cole. And I think this next match is going to be a good one.
100%. Yeah, I cannot wait to see what Ancient stores first because I genuinely have no idea what to expect from Purdue and MTU. Kind of a similar case. It's a bit of an unknown territory, and both teams are going to find out what exactly they're going to be doing.
Yeah, well, before we get into that, though, I want to remind everybody, if you didn't know, today is World Cancer Day, which is a leading international awareness day. Why don't you become part of this positive movement by supporting LLS, or the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, through their Challenge to Triumph event with Tiltify from today through the 11th. You can visit tiltify.com/LLS to set up your campaign. So make sure to visit them. Like I said, tiltify.com/LLS. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is an awesome organization that helps people out once they've been diagnosed with blood cancer. And by the way, if you didn't know, every 180 seconds someone's diagnosed with blood cancer. So definitely support them and all the fantastic work they're doing. That's tiltify.com/LLS. But Cole, it's going to be interesting. Ancient. I just want to hear your thoughts. I think you have a bit more experience on this map in general than I do, and let's just talk keys to success. What, if a player is coming in and watching, they haven't really seen this very often. What should they be looking out for?
Yeah, so I mean, the T side hasn't really been figured out all that well, in my opinion. Overall, I think that a lot of people aren't really sure how to hit that A bomb site, and if tier one teams don't know to, certainly don't. But on the B side of things, I feel like the best way to win rounds is by catching your opponents off guard, whether that be while they're looking to aggress towards cat, or trying to split that through a multi-pronged approach, maybe even have red room presence there. So a lot of it does come down to trying to hit that B bomb site, utilizing that Jaguar position, trying to gather that control. And so a lot of those early fights that we're going to see in these CT sided rounds, I imagine from these two teams, if they're picking into this map, that's where they're going to be heading here. If they're willing to play Ancient. On the CT side, Michigan Tech and Purdue, they're both going to be head-on collisions towards that catwalk area time and time again. And so, I mean, that's what good CT side teams do. They gather that Jaguar control. They have it consistently. I think that's what Michigan Tech is going to do as well, judging from how well they were able to play around Inferno and play off each other.
Well, it's going to come down to time played as well. How much time do they have on that map? How much prac? I will say, I think it's hard as a collegiate team in general to put time into a map like Ancient if your plan isn't to become an Ancient team, because of how few teams play Ancient. So, and especially early in the season, I think that's two things to think about for Michigan Tech's perspective that could give Purdue a big advantage. But let's talk one other facet. I think that maybe we overlooked a second ago, and that's the mid control, right? I think the mid control in general is something that CT sided wise is super important to holding Jaguar, which is what you were talking about. And if you don't have any sort of mid presence, then that becomes very difficult, doesn't it?
100%. Yeah, I think that is a prime position for CTs, and if they can gather that sort of control, it's very effective. I think that for the T side, though, they're definitely going to struggle to gather that. If Michigan Tech are throwing the right utility, they're getting those early mollies down towards that right side entrance. It gets very quickly hard to deal with. I think that CTs kind of have a massive advantage in that sense, and so I mean, we'll see if that gets abused. Purdue, they have a lot of X factors on their team. We saw at times Consti was cracking open rounds that seemed very difficult. Those rounds where MTU still had a lot of presence towards the B side of things and they were executing into B on Inferno, Consti was finding 3 entries and facilitating the execute quite a bit. So, if we get a couple rounds out of Consti like that, where he can just, take the game into the palm of his hands on his T side, then, they give themselves enough cushion to head into what is a very CT dominant map. And that's another thing to keep an eye on. I think that X factors and individuals can really shine in this one.
There's no doubt. I mean, just think back to just a moment ago on Inferno, X Factors and individuals. Well, let me just take a think. Retina, that's certainly one. Lord of Pies had a fantastic game. And when you think of the other side of things, I think Lek played pretty darn well. I think Consti had some rounds, but it just wasn't quite enough. And well, whose individuals were better? Well, Retina and Lord of Pies.
Yeah.
So you say each individual has a chance to stand out and step up. They certainly do, and they need to. That's the key for Purdue. Beyond just knowing this map better, beyond being more prepared. If you can't hit the shots, you can't win the game. That's Counter Strike, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't matter how good you are at figuring stuff out. And unfortunately, I think we saw a prime example of that in our series #1 today, where it didn't matter how many good ideas one team had, they just weren't able to hit shots at the same level as their opponents, and unfortunately lost in a big way because of it. Don't think we're at that point nearly at all here, but it's certainly a smaller margin, but a margin indeed.
Yeah, I feel like Purdue need to get started off pretty hot on this map. I don't think you want to give up too much ground to Michigan Tech early on. You saw what they were doing when they were playing with confidence on Inferno. CT sides, there was a lot of aggression being done. I mean, even that first gun round they went for on their CT side, they were pushing down mid very early on into the round. And while it got punished, it was a real statement made to Purdue that, we were talking them up like they were some, heavy firepower team. They do have a little bit of a core going on in this roster, but Michigan Tech, they weren't scared of that at all, and for good reason. Like you had said, Retina and Lord of Pies were absolutely showing their full force, and so uh, Purdue off to a hot start. I think is going to be a win condition here for sure. Winning pistol, starting things off on a T side, not getting caught in a rut, and having maybe that really rough economy state, and not figuring out what right answers are on your executes is going to be a big problem for them. But if they can avoid it, then they can definitely try and take this into Vertigo.
Definitely can do that. I was actually just looking to see any information on Vertigo from last season for Purdue, and I
Mhm.
actually found some information. If we do head to that third map, Purdue, they picked it a couple different times. They picked it against Virginia Commonwealth, who were champions, by the way, just two
Yeah.
seasons back, and they also picked it against the University of Maryland. Now, I will admit, neither of those teams are the caliber that MTU are, and neither of those teams, well, I say that VCU actually is a Vertigo team, but Maryland is certainly not.
Mhm.
And neither of those teams were at the same caliber that Michigan Tech is. But it is something to keep in mind that Purdue are very okay with that third map, at least on paper. So
Mhm.
just to think about, it might be good if Michigan could close this one in two if they're because a third, I think that one is genuinely up in the air.
Mhm.
Despite the fact that obviously I think Purdue favored for H regardless.
Yeah, I mean, third map I feel like is pretty common ground. I mean, Purdue pretty comfortable on it. MTU, they played it quite a bit in their last season, but they are fielding new players in as well. So of course it's going to be
Yeah.
a bit of a learning experience
Well,
as well.
three-man core though, to be fair.
Hmm. That is true. Yeah. So I mean, that being said, they have a lot of experience. I like, but like you said, it's up in the air, and obviously when you're rocking with that man advantage or the map advantage, you want to close things out as soon as possible. You don't want to allow that first sweep to get underneath you, because again, I think that confidence is going to mean a lot here. And I mean, you talked about it earlier. The coach over on Michigan Tech was talking about how they need to stop momentum of Purdue. They can't let that ball get moving, and taking an ancient off the hands and taking into a third map is a great way for Purdue to gather some of that momentum and try and close the series out. And what going to be a chance to get a nice leg on what is a potential top contender in this conference.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this conference in particular, I think, has a lot of good names.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Michigan State is also in this conference, which is kind of devastating. I haven't looked at the full rule set, which I do
Yeah.
apologize. That's my problem. But if it's only two teams per conference that actually go through like it was last time, that
Mhm.
is scary because there's not going to be a large margin for error
Yeah.
even between just those three teams. And I think there's at least one more team that's at least relatively decent in that conference. So the top of this conference is a powder keg. As we
Mhm.
do apologize for the delay, but we're getting into the game now, and this is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to close these ones out as soon as possible. You're exactly right. MSU is in the mix there. There's a lot of competition here, and two teams are moving forward here. You are starting things off, not giving yourself much room to work with if you drop this one. A lot of utility being dropped over. Tech right now, getting that utility belt thrown over to him, looking to support his teammates at the moment. and they are trying to edge their way towards a B side execute. Only one player in Dedo around this angle.
Tech's actually the one that threw that top mid smoke as well, by the way. So early on, Tech has the lineups on lock, and here comes another one. That one a little bit easier. I think everybody kind of knows that one that has played any Ancient at the very least. But push on to B is successful. Nobody's actually on the site to deny them. And so the plant is down, and the retake is in.
Pretty quickly as well. They pull the pin on that early. Retina finds a quick headshot on Justin. There's trades back and forth. They try and regain that Jaguar control. All players hovering around this cave area, and they cannot seem to land the shots necessary. Numbers overwhelming. Purdue off to a hot start, winning that pistol and punishing that very passive setup on the B side of things, giving so much space over to the side of Purdue. And I feel like it's interesting to see. A lot of times, you know, we see more retake or passive approaches towards A, and a different side of things from Michigan Tech.
Yeah, I could, if I was making an argument, you know, playing devil's advocate there, I'd say that you do see a lot of A-sided pistol rounds, I feel like, on this map. You know, that's just from, I guess, somewhat limited experience, to be fair. But, yeah, to leave no one home at B is definitely a rarity. And especially the fact that the B is so much easier on the A-side. Now, with the weapons, things certainly don't get any better for Michigan Tech. They are finding a nice shot, Lord of Pies. Talk about tapping on the head. Hero Fate had no clue what happened to him.
I was about to say, I was like, they have themselves a 3v4 advantage or 3v5 advantage, but what a shot right there. I mean, I don't even know what he saw on his screen, but lightning fast on the reaction right there. You can see that clean slate pretty far forward. He actually does end up falling back. Going for the headshot right there. Retina does land it. At least the body shot, finishing the job on a Consti. They're going to play a retake setup here, but this time they have the advantage, so it's a bit different at the moment. Trying to hold on to that, though. But no, Justin rips it from them and actually takes it right back in favor of Purdue, and even looking for more here as he turns the corner. Jaguar control taken off, and he will find another. Justin's on a tear right now. Last alive is Lord of Pies, the one to kick things off for the side of MTU, and we'll see if he can try and close things out. Tough angles to deal with, though.
We saw what he could do with 5-7 before. He's very committed, and he's found that
God.
first frag. He's actually looking the right direction. He can't quite connect the kill, though. The spray is too good, too quick on the follow-up. But, man, that looked good. Lord of Pies. He's taking some notes, taking some names. And, you know, I got to say, talking about Justin just for a moment, I feel like he's such an underrated player for this Purdue side. You know, like Lect and Consti are always the talking points. But he is so good at just finding double kills at left, right, and center. We are seeing an eco push and an eco, I mean, ridiculous spray down. Everyone was ready for it. But yeah, I just don't think Justin gets enough credit. He's very, very good in this Purdue roster.
100%. He was a bit of a good sign for the CT side of Purdue. On some of those setups, when numbers were dropping, he was the one pulling things back and making rounds possible. So I 100% agree with you here. To start off this first gun round, you got Retina investing into a glass cannon AWP here. A bit of a risky move.
Well, not if he's playing like he did in Inferno. Gotta hit the shots, though, obviously.
Hit him quickly. They're pushing in towards Red Room. Oh, that Molly. Flashbang setup, and there you go. It was well worth the risk. He finds the opener, quickly shutting down that control here and into an early 4v5. Even still, you have a double donut setup as well. So a lot of that mid control is held on to from MTU, even despite now Retina getting smoked out the line.
Could go for a double donut right now.
I'm with you.
Jokes aside, I think that is actually a really solid setup, and you can see why. Look at where all of the T's are. Granted, I mean, their plan, I would assume, was to go towards B here, but they really had no choice in the matter. They just didn't know it. So, full rotations, already 3 players they are committed towards the site, and lots of mollies. Oh, the lineup, though! Oh, no! That's devastating! Tech, he could have even found a third there if he kept spraying, but ultimately, it's an AWP that wins out in the Retina. He's still not got any armor, but he does have his life for it.
Ooh, almost fumbling that spray right there. Retina still holding on to his position. That's a very fast reaction onto another. He continues to show his dominance with the AWP. Lactus now left last alive, has to ace to clutch. No, only 2 kills to his name. Needs to find a third, though, right around the corner. Up against Retina, scary prospect, looking for his 4th. Now he's able to get a new gun. There's a kit in the hands of Retina, even a molly as well to buy some time. Oh, but that one might seal it right there. No smoke for it. He's picked up another molly. He's waiting it out, but he has no armor again, so he's struggling to find a defuse going off. He's going to start now. And oh, I don't know if that's going to burn long enough. He dies to the molly, and Retina's won it like that. Unbelievable.
The clutch potential for this player, Retina, who was it on Inferno, who made things possible, who got 30 frags in regulation, and had 3 clutches, 2 clutches, big moments in that last game, making the big moments, big plays when necessary here in game number 2 as well, getting Michigan Tech on the board.
Oh my god, man. He just starts things off so hot in this match, literally, as he's able to throw all those mollies down
And glass
the
cannon
ramp.
too.
I know, that's the most crazy part right there. He's able to avoid the flames. He's so composed. Just waits things out, even when the timer's ticking, even when you get that loud beeping noise in the back of your head that's making you think you got to rush.
It really,
Not the
it really
case.
can get to you. That's for sure. Here's Retina again, looking down towards information, trying to find something. He's not going to find anything, though, just yet. This has been a pretty slow round here as 45 seconds has been ticked away, Cole.
Trying to keep him at bay. Not too much CT aggression here, but there's a pretty strong setup over on that cave side of things. Lex is going to meet that setup here shortly. Flashbang not going to do too much to keep him off the mark there, and they just double swing off the back of it. There is a trade to be had, though. No frags in for Clean Slate. Tech just doubles down. Able to close the distance on some of those lesser weaponry here. In the meantime, though, you do have a lurk out of A, ready to split him through Donut. Oh, this round is so very awkward.
And you got the CT in mid as well, pushed all the way down. Yeah, this is very, very weird. All about timing, and it looks like maybe it's, yeah, rotate going through and towards A. And Callie's going to find this frag and equalize things just a little bit. Bit of a mismanagement from Purdue, though. Or, excuse me, from Michigan early on. Now turned into a possibility, and that's nasty work from Purifate.
That was the win condition right there. Having that donut play right. Hero Fate able to dispatch of it, and find another one looking for the third, but not quite just yet. Retina does have something to say about it. 2 tough names to take care of as he looks to try and find his way around the corner. This would be another absurd clutch, and Consti even has the line. Won't miss that shot right there. And there is right back to winning ways for Purdue.
Well, unfortunately, though Michigan had really no way to contest that based on how good the positioning for Purdue was in towards A and everything. They get absolutely dunked on. They reset. Their money's in a tough spot. And now you can see the money not good. It's time to go mid to the cheat side.
Maybe they're the ones getting exploited, though. There's so many kills. Retina does it again. 9 kills to kick this one off. We're 6 rounds in. He drops the bomb in the palm of his hands here. Elect, he's got his knife out. It's going to be taken down. Consti, rather. And right now, you are dealing with a 4v1. That was a gimme round right there, but they pulled the pin on it so quickly. I don't know if you can win it against a Retina in this level right now. I mean, even despite having a pretty comfortable T side, he is not missing at all.
Yeah, I guess that is the silver lining, and I probably overlooked it here just a moment ago, but refocusing now, this is a map where 4 rounds on the T side is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like you're looking at on most other maps that's like a 10-round T half. So this is something to keep in mind, but I am getting a bit of deja vu, Cole, and that is because, well, we've kind of seen this before over on Inferno, and that was with the eco round victories, the half buy wins, all that kind of good stuff. MTU are doing it again.
That was the turnaround as well. That was a turnaround point in Inferno where they were able to, grab a couple of rounds in a row. Once Purdue were rocking with a couple of rifle rounds, they started to find their form, but they hit a wall very quickly once those ecos started coming on off. And I mean, this time you have a Retina who not only is able to bring an AWP into this next round, but he's already on 10 kills. He's got a stellar clutch under his belt as well. Lect saving that rifle, should be able to drop. Oh, okay. More good news for Michigan Tech. They're able to bring another rifle into this one. And not only does that, give you an extra round on the board and again keep Purdue off of 5, which would have been a pretty solid T-side half, but it gives you a bit of cushion as well in that economy. You can see that Redna's on 4.4K at the moment, and Clean Slate not far behind him.
Yeah, you're talking, just a little bit of extra cash being the difference maker too, in a round where you have a bit of a loss bonus already set up. But nonetheless, this is an important round, and I say that because winning a round and losing a round multiple times in a row for the CT side is simply devastating. It's just never what you want to see. And the good news for MTU is that they're working against just Eagles. They do have armor to back them up. So this round of grave importance for that reason.
Right now, Purdue's T-sides have been very mid-centric at the moment, so you are seeing them utilize that important, crucial bit of map control here. Molly's coming on now. Florida Pie's looking to bail him out of the situation, taking a fight against Consi and dropping him. They still have one player tucked in towards Donut. Retna, rare miss on the AWP right there. Going back for a second chance, and oh, another one. Given opportunities here to Lect, but not capitalized on just yet. Gets that utility belt down and goes back for more. That's the confidence that you need if you're MTU, but oh my god, Tech. Another?
Oh, not for Tech, but for Justin, sure. Good for Clean Slate, double kill, and this should be it. Cura Fate's now left alone. Might be able to find a gun. Don't even know exactly where that one rifle that he's had was dropped off. Might be in towards mid, but if he collects it, that could be good.
It's an 8 plant.
He does have that bomb, yeah. It's a bit of a giveaway from Michigan. I could understand the argument, though, just to play grouped up, not give him any sort of opportunities.
What they do here? Curo Fate, I don't know if he really has this round in his hands, but you can try and drop another gun and make things expensive. At the moment, no one's clear and Temple fully able to line up one kill, not traded just yet. But it will just be one. Lord of Pies pulls out the USP to close the deal there. But, I mean, Force By, you definitely do want that round win. That's no doubt at the end of the day. But bomb plant in a 3v1 with only P250 is a small victory that you'll take.
Yeah, every kill counts. A little economic damage here. And you can see what it's done. I mean, Cali's got $0 in the bank, and Dedo's not too far behind. Lord of Pies' economy is certainly not perfect. So, doing good damage, getting the bomb plant, all good things. Unfortunately, it's not enough to buy into this round, but still, it does net the ability to have some upgraded weapons, a little bit of extra utility, as well as some armor. Nice find there by Retina. And you talked about the usage of mid there for Purdue. It is something that I think MTU've noticed, and they really need to make some key adjustments on the next gun round to deal with.
100%. We've seen some of those adjustments work out as well. I mean, they've had the double donut like we talked about.
Oh yeah.
Nice little setup. And on top of that, I mean, once you have Retina offering cover fire as well, it definitely makes things a bit easier with how well he's playing at the moment. But Dedo denying that cave entrance there. And with the space that's already found from Tech earlier, I think they're going to just try and trade things out. Continue to just run things down here. All peeking in one by one, but it's just a free farm for Dedo. Last Alive is lurking out, actually, and able to find a kill again. Every kill matters, and Cure Fate, nothing else found. Shut down there pretty quickly from Caligator.
That's 2 times in a row, though. Cure Fate's been left alone and able to find a kill on the backside of an eco. Can't say that I could expect much more from anyone. So props where those are due. Here's the gun round. It's for all. And what did I say before about the need to make adjustments? This is a little bit of an adjustment from Retina. He's usually been playing a lot more passive. Has now decided to get a bit aggressive.
Here's this fight, though, coming through from Purdue. Heavily centric on that catwalk area, trying to take that Jaguar control. Retina adjusting his passive posture to a more aggressive ramp hold, playing on that headshot angle. But all 5 players committed towards this B site. So they're going to have to find some success here. Otherwise, start to worry about flank potential. Nice molly, though, from Clean Slate. But quickly found out there. Retina does go down on holding that B side down. They know exactly that there's 2 players Jaguars, so it's going to be a 4v4 post plant.
I really like that double setup, though. And nice find by Lord of Pies. In fact, waiting, looking for more, but he can't find it. Tech with the return. It's a 3v3. The key is going to be those 2 players that are grouped up inside that position. Calligator now incoming from the back. That smoke grenade, it kind of goes in the wrong direction, but I think it's a bit of a helpful one. That's nice work being done on both of those angles, both of those swings, and I was wrong about that smoke. Excuse me. It was definitely not helpful.
Yeah, easily able to dispatch of the remaining. I was about to say, one interesting thing potentially that could have arose there was they kind of switched positions, the CTs and Ts in that post plant.
Yeah.
You had a lot of players in those back lanes and no one on site, and so those are CTs. So there's potential for a retake, but nicely shut down, utilizing those gaps in the smoke. Full effect here. And I think Purdue are going back to what's worked before, trying to work that B ramp, especially with the setups that have been thrown out. Those aggressive movements towards the Jaguar side of things. There's a bit of space to be created.
Certainly is. This is a buy round, yes, for MTU, but I mean, look at it. It's not perfect. Calligator relegated to just best, now relegated to death and despair. Fortunately, he's got teammates who are returning fire. Clean Slate, one of them, finding that pick through the smoke as it blooms. But already 5 rounds. What word would you use to describe a 10-5 half on Ancient for the T's?
I mean, that's pretty solid. The issue is you don't want to give up too much momentum. You don't want to allow for MTU to string rounds together. So ideally, you'd be able to throw another one in the mix there. And well, if they were able to grab this one, it would be a stellar T side. Peeking into this line is a big mistake, and capitalizes Consti on that one. There's still a player in that cubby that you have to keep an eye out for. It's all pretty much on Dedetto, trying to utilize his teammate as well. And Clean Slate has a crossfire, but he's just been smoked off. And now they're going to start to push in. It's all on Dedetto here to control this round.
Yeah, he needs to make a big play. There's the first frag. He's got a double kill, so he's done something very well. And now it's the flank. This flank timing is going to be good. It's down to the 1 versus 2. Constant position. Spam is good. Lord of Pies makes the play ultimately. And that is huge for Michigan Tech. They pick up the round. They keep this game tied and deny Purdue.
Nice flank from Lord of Pies, but a great hold from Dedetto. I essentially had to find 2 kills. If he goes 1 for 1, there's a lot of space and a lot of resources that could be used on the side of Purdue to try and clear out that flank from Lord of Pies. Instead, he pretty quickly gets taken care of. Now, Lex moves very fast towards middle, and oh, that's a big catch out. Another kill onto Retina as well, who's been silenced as of recent. Calligator looking to recover, but only good for a trade back. And mid control and a rifle received here. Interesting start to this eco.
Now it's about damage control, and that's what Calligator was trying to do. Did get the kill, couldn't quite find that secondary one. And that is...
What?
Wait, how did Cura Fate find the knife kill? I'm not sure what's happened, but Lord of Pies is good for a double before Tech has found another Deagle frag. This is a 2v2 that should never have been.
What is it? Knife killing? What happened
Where?
there? He must have lurked out. Hey, I mean, I think so. He's in the back of Donut with the at least a dead body there, but that is an absurd gap to be found, and I think that they've been finding that gap quite a bit in terms of controlling some of those A side hits. So nicely done right there from Purdue. Damage control might be a luxury. Winning this round is now the only chance that they have in a 2v2. This is a big giveaway here. And I think they have a misread on the situation. They are grouping up together. They have fallen out of the B side of things, and they're on the wrong site.
Yeah, not going to hear the bomb plant either. Tech recovering an M4.
Is this a save?
I mean, they're going to find out that it's not A, and it's then going to be a save for sure.
Yeah.
That's brutal. This is What an exciting game just in general, but it's hard to be excited for the back and forth when we know how CT sided this map is.
Yeah, I mean, you can call this back and forth in terms of the numbers games, but Purdue gathering their 6th round here and keeping that economy of MTU very, very short is it feels a whole lot more one-sided, even though the scoreline is so very close. Again, I mean, we could see some crazy stuff from MTU on their T side, but right now I'm really seeing some very strong play from Purdue. They're finding openers, they're finding crazy gaps, and they're utilizing it to full effect. I mean, the knife kill sure is a little bit funny, but the fact that they just are constantly lurking out of the A bomb site, keeping that as a major concern here is big. Lord of Pies, he's looking to go more aggressive this time. He doesn't want to give that gap up. He wants to take that ground himself.
I mean, it's really hard to find like knife opportunities on this
I
map.
know.
It's not easy to get behind people, especially as a T. So, yeah, the fact that that comes out, I think, just kind of is more to the conversation of what's happening is a little bit untenable. Speaking of which, Caligator's position untenable at this point because he's fallen down to the predations of Elect. Has got mid control. Now, Retina, the way he just smoke. What the balls on this guy? He's just come through and he's continuing to press W. Retina knows that MTU need a play, and he has decided he's gonna make it. The push in towards this position in B, and well, it works out well for the T's overall, but it's still a 2 versus 3, and Retina and Lord of Pies are the 2 big draggers we've been watching.
Justin continues to tear through him, though, and there's too much of an adjustment there from Retina. He can't find it in time. And so it's closed out from Purdue. The forced by punished, and this is a winning half almost. All things considered, MTU, is it going to be damage control in terms of trying to force this one up, or are they going to concede here? That's a tough decision to make right now, but Purdue, they're working with all the momentum. Justin is having himself a great game, and even despite Retina's wild play right there, they're able to bounce back and find those fast adaptations, those fast movements towards B in time to shut down any sort of hero play from Retina.
Yeah, I thought that Jaguar push would be the final nail for Purdue when it came to that round, only because they were so worried about Retina, but it just didn't come to be. And well, now in full control are Purdue University. And I think, you were talking about damage control. Should you buy? Should you save? I think the right decision was save here for Michigan. They've been playing well on gun rounds, but they've only had one success really when it comes to pistols, and it's mostly been negative. So play to your strengths, and those are the gun rounds.
100%. Tough pill to swallow, but had to be made here. They're going to walk into an open B bomb site at the moment. You do see a start to pull the pin on this this flank here from MTU, but too little too late it seems, as they've already taken full site control. They're moving fast though, as a unit. A pack of pistols here, and they actually find 1 kill in. Bureau Fate now down, and they're all going to meet at ramp here. Elect is committed to this spray, and he's going to hold it down, and it will be quickly closed. So I was about to say things could get interesting if Elect goes down early on, but not the case, and MTU with limited success, only 1 kill.
Solid spray, yes. I was laughing just a little bit because Purdue have really struggled with that right side smoke for me. And I think that's like the third or fourth way that they've messed it up somehow. And now we've double smoked mid. So there's a little bit of miscommunication going on here for Purdue on their utility. But the reality is the utility itself and the lineups and everything have been really good, especially when it comes to the Molotov usage. I think that's a big reason as to why Purdue have been so successful on this T side.
100%. Look at this massive gap that they've created here, and all of the attention drawn in towards Red Room. A lot of repositions here. You're going to see Retina peek in to try and take this ground back, but we'll find a kill. Is it a trade? No, he gets out of dodge. It's a big pickup from Retina. Even more info spotted as the player does swing around to trade. And there's still a strong setup towards A, so MTU in a good position as Retina continues to tear through that second prong. Donut and They are the only hope here. And Tech finds the first. Oh, no, and caught out completely. Consti even able to find some names in the feed here. So he's left last alive, but it's the man you want. 2 kills in. And he's able to try and get those numbers punched in. It will be able to safely. Both players quick. Ooh, Donut, though. Deado and Clean Slate. Very fast on rotation here, and backs are turned. Consti might catch a timing, though, as he's able to get around triple box and clear out CT. Turning his attention towards Donut soon. Oh, boy. That's a good angle. Finds the first headshot here quickly. Trades do come through, though. Deado gonna shut that one down, but Consti makes it so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, Consti truly is the player you want in that scenario. Can't quite win the 1v3 that was really a 1v4, but does get the plant, get 3 of those kills, and nearly win the round for you, Michigan Tech. They need this last round, and they need it real bad.
100%. I mean, Purdue have kind of locked in a pretty gravy half already, so anything else is quite nice. So we'll see if they can find themselves a 9th round. That would be, I mean, I would start to feel a bit nervous for MTU's chances, and Purdue would be feeling massively confident here as Spammer holding on off. Actually, a great bit of damage from Consti. That was an 8G that bounced off the wall right onto that boost spot. But either way, forced off the line here. And I think they turn their attention towards mid control after gathering this Jaguar position. They're going to group up in that direction.
That has sort of been the modus operandi of Purdue. You know, get some positioning or get early mid. Once you get that positioning, then kind of clear out mid or find out if there's any sort of mid aggression. That's definitely been a big part of the game plan for this Purdue side. And that's exactly what Lect is doing. Info gained. It's B to be hit. Look at the lurker over towards A in the prong. I mean, that is once again just one guy lurking out, trying to find something, and as usual, it's Kurofit.
Timing. That's going to draw out so much attention. They're starting to move off the B-bomb site. Little do they know, Lect is already in their face, and he finds a lovely entry on a Deado. This is such a well put together round, utilizing that lurk. The trades just continue to favor the T side. They're left on the wrong bomb site, and they can't even rotate. Kurofit has cut this rotation off. He's able to find another on the lurk, and you have to give him so much credit for what he's done. He even spots out that last player. But Kurofit, as that lurking player, is able to find 2 kills, draw out rotations, and allow for such an easy execute from Purdue onto that B bomb site. That is such a brilliant job from him. You couldn't have timed it any better.
Yeah, and I would argue that that's actually Kurofit creating 2 or 3 different round victories in that half for Purdue. And as the lurker, I mean, that's a very difficult position to have that sort of impact in, number one. And number two, it's so impressive because like we were talking about, lurking on Ancient is not an easy task. Like you gotta either be good at playing late mid or good at playing late A, and both of those are hard places to play. So we get into the pistol. It's Consti for the opener. For Morris, a good crossfire being set up. Consti with the second before he's taken out. Or sorry, not Consti taken out. Was the trade nonetheless, but sort of neither here nor there as Purdue are continuing what they started in half number 1. I think I'm getting some vibes towards Vertigo.
Me too. And I think it was, yeah, I won't count them out just yet. You know, obviously we have gun rounds to see, but that was a missed left side smoke for them. And on a pistol round, it's very important to nail those down. They gave a big gap for Consti to work off of, and he abused it. He found 4 kills. I mean, what more could he ask for off of a missed smoke? So out of A, we will have a chance here. No smoke for Donut, though. That's going to make this hold a lot harder. Retina, though, able to deliver some damage. Kurofit caught on a reload. Teammates have arrived onto the scene is the issue. So no bomb plant probably afforded. I think they'll be able to spam that one down. Maybe. Not quite. Consti denies. 11 on the board there very quickly. It would have been nice for the bomb plant, but still, there's money in tow for Michigan Tech.
That and a couple of kills on what was, I think, 5 blocks is actually not that bad. But all of those, I mean, those sorts of comments are no longer a positive, really, for MTU.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on the T side now, in the second half, and they're already down by 5. So this gun round needs to be good, and that's a darn good way to start it.
No kidding.
Oh my gosh, look at the mid push.
Oh.
This is ridiculous.
This caused a lot of chaos in terms of the rotation. But Lord of Pies is one to pull it back here, able to find a second as well. Both players now locked in towards that cave position. So, I mean, it could get a bit interesting, especially the fact that they're committed towards this B side of things. Spray down from Consti does connect and equalize now from Lex Frag. They're both low on HP, though. Same case is for one of these players here. Molly goes in towards cave. Lord of Pie is very low on the HP bar. They look to be saving at the moment. Actually, yeah, they're bailing out of this one. MTU able to punish the bonus round.
I will say I don't know about this save. Like I guess the money's well. I'm saying that, but I'm looking at Curafate and Justin, and their money is certainly not in a position to buy in. They must have gotten an area where they either upgraded or a bit of mismanagement. Nonetheless, this makes a lot more sense considering that. And MTU good to get away with one. That's not so good, though. They've just lost Lord of Pies to the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely will take a toll on that economy. That's a bit punishing for sure. I always like when teams are able to save more so than attempting retakes. Obviously, maintaining control is nice, but a lot of times you get caught on CT-sided ruts on this map by really just losing that economic control, and I think they're really trying to hold on to that with that save, especially considering they are leading on the CT side, so they should be feeling like they have a few rounds to work with, especially with Lech finding that first quick trade from Consti, but does let his teammate go down there, so there's reactions to be had, but they continue. Lech just tearing through them over in that Jaguar position.
Lech is a bit of a turret over there. And Curafate, well, seems to be a bit of an A-site extraordinaire, both on the T and the CT side. Picking up that frag. There's at least a bomb in the hands of Deado, but can't say much more as he's left 1v4. He's found that first frag to cut the deficit to 3, but that's really not going to be enough. But it's a darn good start, and well, he might just be able to finish. He's now found the secondary frag.
Just going to struggle to isolate these fights, but again, if you even find one here, that's a big victory. Able to find one kill in. Curafate right around the corner, and actually might even tap the bomb. No, I think Curafate's going to close this round regardless, but you have to give him so much credit there. Deado delivering massive damage in a round that pretty much should have just come collapsing. There's silver linings here for MTU in terms of that economic control I was referring to earlier, and with that bomb plant, maybe even justify a potential buy to break the money.
Yeah, definitely very strong work there, just in general from Deado, but the reality is that close, it only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, so ultimately it comes to nothing, as frustrating as that is. And this is a 12-7 scoreline that is starting to look further and further away. That said, push onto the A site has worked wonderfully. With utility this time, the bomb can get planted.
First punch in, no 585. The issue is they have to avoid that spam, and that's going to hit right onto Lord of Pies, eventually taking him down here. Flashbang going in, but Tech is able to land it. Either finds that one, helps out there to fill the feed as they look to continue their endeavors into this site. No trades yet to be found, but lining up there, 2 for Clean Slate as he looks to find more. No, it can't quite convert this Caligator. Last alive, last man standing with a Tech 9 into his name. He is able to find the first kill in. He has the reload off and only an off to deal with here. USP's out and he closes things down. The force spike converted off of another massive clutch, this time from Caligator.
I don't believe my eyes again. Here we are. 1 round in the last half, 1 in this one. A big eco victory for Michigan Tech. Could potentially bring them back into this game, but there's a long way till that happens. And that's 4 rounds at the very least. It's 8-12. But they've already got potentially one on the cards here as Purdue are immediately forced to save.
I mean, that's a strong victory right there. And, forced to save, they're actually going for the full investment. They've bought into this one constantly. He's given himself a little bit of reserves here to try and buy up into the AWP once those gun rounds come back. They can do some damage here, though. Again, I feel like this map alongside Nuke, best maps, rather easiest maps to get forced by a victory. So many close angles, but stack up in towards that B bomb site, helping out. And oh my God, Constantly with two absolutely incredible deep shots. Flax got a freebie as well, and it continuously just goes awry here for MTU. But they're finding a response. Retina and Caligator. I mean, two extremely clutch players here left alive into the server, but Consti, 4 kills with the Deagle. He just denies that chance and denies MTU a response back into this game. That lifeline, he didn't even have armor either, and he finds all of those absolutely absurd shots.
Well, Purdue answer violence with violence, and, well, you can see the devastating effects. Michigan in the same boat now as the round, or 2 rounds ago, and the same boat Purdue were just a moment before. It's up the pace. They're going fast and loose with it. The MP9, it's good for the frag. Double kill on the entry, only losing 1 player out as well. And trade on the back end. Another good setup here as Purdue have to try and retake with not only an AWP and B, but just 3 players versus 4.
Ooh, double smoke as well. Okay, at least they have another one for the ramp side of things. So there's potential to get big gap in that ramp smoke here. Easy pickings for Clean Slate. He's able to abuse it. And now looking for more here. They're struggling to find responses. Seem to be a little bit deterred here. Spraying through the smoke. Clean Slate's going to find another dinky his teammate down, but little do they know, Constantly down to dodge. Getting the heck out of here. Able to turn around for 1 kill and one's chasing as well. Tech9's going to do the job. Finish it. And MTU, well, they're not done just yet, are they?
Back and forth, the pendulum swings. Cole, and, well, I did say that this should be a one-sided affair once it got to the opposing side, and yeah, there's a 4-round lead here for Purdue, but this certainly has still been very back and forth, even after the side swap, excuse me, and it seems like pace is what has been working well for this Michigan Tech squad, and they've just picked it up once again this time of day. We're gonna get that plant down very quickly. The Mag 7, we've seen a lot of craziness, and that's once again the ridiculousness of shotguns. I don't understand, but we've seen 3 of them today.
They are a hidden gem in this game. Not a lot of people are realizing that those things can seriously snipe, and it's high value as well. Deagle's doing some damage. Consti, always good for a Deagle killer too, isn't he? He'll try and get out, but no. Ooh, 1 tapped away from Clean Slate. They'll walk away with the small victory of an AK and Cure of Fate holding on to his armor, but double digits at least hit. Ooh, Cure of Fate goes down. Not a big deal, to be honest with you. Only had the P250, and I think this distance should close to 2. I'm going to say should. We'll see if Consti buys the Deagle. Maybe I'll change my mind.
It's a dangerous statement here in the caster booth when we see Purdue and Michigan Tech playing together. Both of them picking up so many ridiculous half-by crazy rounds, but there we go. That was a good flash. This should be punished.
Zeus? No.
Nothing doing.
Tech with the Zeus.
Things were potentially there for Purdue, but this has been
On the site. Oh, Clean Slate.
good movement as a team here, I think, from Michigan. That's part of the reason that this has been so difficult for Purdue to find anything here, despite, like you said, some very good positions.
Yeah, gotta close this one out. Nice and clean here. I mean, Consti might walk away with a kill. Able to tap away with the USP. Grab that AK and get out of there. But overall, I mean, you are seeing, oh my God, aim punch and still finds the headshot on Florida Pies. It is ridiculous. He's starting to. We didn't see too much out of him. I was surprised to see him relatively quiet on Inferno. That's not the case on Ancient. It is him pulling this one across the finish line, or at least attempting to. 29 kills to his name.
Oh yeah, really, really strong work. But remember, they've got another side here, and you know, Retina's not at 29, but he does have 21, and trying to do some work. Another bit of mid control here, and it's Consti set up in position. This is a pretty important round. I'll tell you why. Well, get back to that here. Consti with a nice shot, and he's got help. So it's a insta 3v5. Rotate. Oh, nice touch on that frag, but unfortunately, things just not working out through these smokes. As it's going to be Lord of Lies all alone. And Tech. And it's so easy to just mess those smokes up by just a small margin, and it's so deadly as well. I was going to say this was an important one for MTU to potentially find. The reason being is that they, well, have enough money to buy, but it's only for one round.
Yeah, and I think this is where we talk about that comfort of the CT side, or rather T side, that Purdue really had. I mean, 9 rounds walking into the second half is absolutely absurd, and even if Michigan Tech are able to win a nice eco here and there, it's going to be so tough to come back here. That is a nice little fire onto Consti, dropping him and equalizing this round. But still, it's that 4v4, and it's a lot of control over towards the catwalk side of things. Jaguar, or the likes of Purdue.
All right, well, it is an even field here. No longer. Datto. In fact, looking for more. Trades are good. Still keeping the man advantage in the favor of Michigan Tech. In towards Red Room, though, that could be a bit devastating. It depends on the timing and who goes that direction. No one is going there, though. A site has been gained, but finally the rotation has come through. And now Lect. Oh, the timing just too perfect for this Purdue squad. Now 2 versus 1, though. And his teammate falls. And long range spray, clean slate has it. And there's enough money, Cole. I see enough money for Purdue.
Keep on investing here. This one is a big round, though. Actually, they're going for a bit of a half investment. Not fully interested in buying up here. And potential for 13. This one could go the distance. But definitely trying to invest to what is going to be full utility. Full AWP presence for Consti included in that mix. So I understand the decision here. They have, again, a little bit of room to work with. But at this point, not much more. Oh, my God. What a clothesline from Caligator there. And another help out coming through from Lord of Pies. Hold on to it 5v3 pretty quickly. And I don't think this round should get out of control here, especially considering they have Red Room at the moment.
Yeah, that is a bit of a nail in the coffin for any CT side, isn't it? Them being in your spawn.
They're
Never want
walking
that
into a
to be the
stack,
case.
though.
Stack is a little bit of a overstatement, I think. This is where the 2 players are in the same general vicinity, and they have done well for themselves. But at this point, I don't think economic damage matters a whole ton. Is the problem as we get later and later in this game.
100%. I mean, right here. I mean, think about the implications of this round. Michigan Tech on 13 right now could tie things up if they're able to grab this T-side round, but they're dealing with Purdue's full force. They have all the utility in the world, AWP and Consti, everything you could ask for right now. So a lot lies on this round alone, and it seems like MTU they're just going for a bit of a risk here. A side rushing things down. They have all 5 players in this direction side of the map. And it's going to be well read here. Purdue, they have that catwalk control. Caligator had the right line right there.
I don't think this is going to go through. Well, I say that. They're regrouping again in this position. And, oh my goodness, the rotations are on point from Purdue. So, for Michigan's sake, I hope they cancel. But looks like that's probably not going to happen. And Purdue literally have every bit of map control. There's no question about where this is coming. We've got Donut as well. Great crossfire setup here on the site. 1, 2 kills for Justin. More for Cure of Fate and Consti. And it's all over in a blink of an eye. It's 15 for Purdue.
So often the case with those early 5-man stacks towards one side of the map right there. If you don't have any presence elsewhere, one info play that comes through from the CT side, and you have absolutely nothing. You're walking into a stack. That's exactly what just happened. And even MTU calling a pause right there and holding things down before they really push. Hold on. Aggression down middle. They found an opener. Maybe they have some fight left in them. Trying to sneak their way into a red room. They get caught in transition. Justin able to find 1, 2 in a second there as they hold things down from Donut. This is all over. Purdue, they close things out 16-13. It was very competitive, but the T side from Purdue really shined through there to take it into a third map.
Yeah, let's think though, right? Imagine if that T side isn't, 9-6, but I don't know, 7-8, or I mean, anything better at all. That we're talking a different game if that's the case. Despite the fact that Purdue, I mean, they had that good T side, they still struggled a lot with Michigan Tech, and I can't help but feel that Michigan Tech have the upper hand in this in a way that I don't know that I expected. I think that I put the firepower advantage very much in the hands of Purdue. I think that's wrong at this point. I think Michigan Tech are at the very least equally matched. I don't know about you.
No, I'm not far off there as well. I have to agree with you. We didn't see anything too crazy from the individuals over on Purdue, and nothing that Michigan Tech didn't have a hard time dealing with. I'll say that Consti even dropped some really nice numbers in that match, really big rounds from him, and it was still an incredibly close affair on Purdue's map pick. So heading into Vertigo, while I do think it's up in the air, I'm right there with you. I think that Michigan Tech, they're really shining in this best of 3.
Yeah, call it a coin toss. Call it whatever you like, but we're going to be calling it here in just a few minutes. We'll be headed to Vertigo, but we're going to take a break before we get there. This series tied 1-1, and will we see Purdue take it, or is Michigan Tech going to be going all the way? We'll be back in just a couple moments. We're going all the way, baby. Map 3 is on the cards, and well, 16-13 is how we ended on Purdue's pick of Ancient. And we're headed into the knife round for the final map. Cole, it's Vertigo. Who do you have favored as we look at the knife?
I mean, it's very hard to tell. Again, I think that both you and I think this is a very, even matchup right now. I will say we're talked about the promising signs for Michigan Tech, the fact that they were able to, keep Purdue close despite having a massive firepower piece of Constantly doing a great job on Ancient. And so, I mean, if Constant can keep that level of performance and take on Retina, maybe shut him down, which is something that we did see a little bit on Ancient, that's going to be a win condition for Purdue. I think that that's going to be required, certainly. You have to silence Retina. It was the way they won so many T-side rounds on Ancient. It has to be kept up here on Vertigo.
Certainly does. Here we go. Michigan Tech are looking to close this one. And on the CT side, double kill there for Lord of Pies. Once again, doing a nice job. Retina on site. Doesn't quite anticipate that secondary player, but it's still a 2v2. And then Blant has just gone down. And oh my gosh, fantastic angle from Consti. It's just so hard to beat. And now it's clean slate with the kit, but it all to do and nothing doing. Consti, I mean, his reaction time is just so quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to put it right there. The shots that he hits, his crosshair placement combined with the reaction time, it's just so beautiful to watch, honestly. Especially in
Wow.
pistol rounds, it really shines through.
Certainly does. Yeah. And I mean, he's ramped up as this series has gone on, you got to say.
No doubt about it. Ancient looked like a complete 180 to what was a pretty quiet Inferno, a pretty, lackluster showing from him as we kind of built him up as the potential win condition here. I think that fact remained true. While there's still plenty of other pieces for Purdue to figure things out. We had a lot of multi-kills from Justin that were looking pretty good on the T side. There's a whole lot of pieces to the puzzle for sure. That's the game of Counter-Strike for you, but definitely Consti hitting some nice shots is going to facilitate a victory.
No doubt about it. A note, by the way, that I just was realizing. I don't think we've seen a tactical pause this game. No tact pause whatsoever. So nobody's felt the need to, rethink what's going on. And oh my goodness,
Wow.
what an adjustment! That flick was nasty. Retina, I mean, I know we see him hit shots like that all the time, but it doesn't cease to amaze me.
Doesn't, and like I don't even know where his head was to find that headshot either. So how does Retina at that angle? He was like looking down. He was like I don't know. I can't even describe it. But Retina just makes it look
There
so
wasn't a
easy
head to
here.
hit. That's the
I
way
know
that I
that's the
describe it.
thing. That's the thing. Where was the head? There was no head. But Retina finds it somehow. And they have a boost on the A ramp side of things, so it's a lot of information. But oh, it's a big kill. Clean Slate is holding down the line quite nicely. 1-2, and a lot of shots being done onto it. He eventually will finish the frag, and Caligator comes in for the rotation. Kuro Fate, last man standing, and MTU might have a strong statement considering he's so low on HP and found out as well.
I mean, I'll say it again. I said it before. I'm getting deja vu. What's happening? Another round for Michigan Tech on a pistol slash force buy slash eco, whatever you want to call it. It is darn good looking, and it's 1-1. Michigan Tech right back in this thing.
Absolutely incredible. That has to be such a confidence booster. Now, it's still a bit of money here. Tech looking for a very fast movement, and lining up actually for a bit of damage there, but still finding entrance towards this B bomb site. Access being found at the moment. Plant is there as well. Lex should be able to punch those numbers, no questions asked here. And we have ourselves into an even 4v4, but there's a big firepower advantage, and those nades are perfect, forcing him off the angle here and doing so much damage.
Yeah, start the firepower. It's 4 rifles. Missed spray there for Clean Slate on the secondary, but all the information.
I thought he died.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was coming, but Retina, no, completes the spray. That would have almost been better if he died to fall damage, but not gonna happen. 2-1 here, Michigan taking the lead, and I can't help but smile. You can probably hear it in my voice because this is simply a phenomenal end to this series, no matter how it ends.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting back and forth. You get nice rounds from Consti, Retina, multi-fragging right now. It really is a fitting end. We'll see if that trend continues here. It's going to be another one of these half buys. With that bomb plant, they are going to invest quite a bit. Surprisingly enough for Purdue, they did go for a bit of investment in this one. Taking a much slower approach in this round here. They're trying to work the map a little bit. Trying to work the A ramp side of things mostly. And Consti, this is a dangerous angle. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Well, I mean, let's be honest. We see it in the kill feed. We didn't really need to, though. We knew Consti would hit that shot, but Tech... Okay, maybe we didn't know all about that one. And here we go again, Cole. The back and forth just never ceases. And this time it's on Vertigo, which really can go either way, in my opinion. Dedo has an op, and he should be saving it, and he is over at B. This is a flawless round, and it was a eco round.
Yeah, he had 3 people investing in armor and a little bit of weaponry, but that is a big steal away. And the fact that it was flawless is absolutely mind-blowing right there. Able to capitalize on some of those man advantages, some of the re-aggression that came through from MTU. Punished quickly. And we'll see if that gun is even saved. Missed op shot. Dedo's getting hunted down. It will end flawlessly with all 5 going down on MTU. Money in a very rough spot, but these force by wars should continue. Retina immediately purchasing into the hero op.
Oh my goodness. Normally, I'd say that's a little bit of a forward decision, but we know what Retna is capable of. We know what he's been doing all day long, and
Mhm.
well, I just can't wait to see what he does with this one. Got an M4 and a FAMAS behind him with Deagles on a couple other players. Consi is ready and waiting for Lord of Paizo, and that's one rifle down, I should say.
Nice pickup right there. Find the early op aggression. And now we've got ourselves into a 4v5. Like you said, the rifle dropped on the ground here. The re-aggression attempted here towards the ramp side of things. It doesn't go their way. Aggression towards the B ramp, though, will find their successes. Elect is quick on the trade there. And it is Retina and Clean Slate to try and fix the problem over towards B. Fill in the gap. But Clean Slate only has Deagle here, and they're all closing in.
We've seen Clean Slate before, and here we go again. A little bit of deal spam, sure, but he hits the shot anyway. Now the ops come in for the help. Now Clean Slate's very low, and he's dispatched with that AWP, but now 1v2. We know Retina's good for one, and he's playing around the smoke. Oh my goodness, it's so crazy. The Sparrow gets spotted, though, by Tech, and it's a hero play with the MAC-10 to confirm Purdue back to the lead, and this time Michigan Tech are unable really to force by.
Yeah, you have to concede at some point here, and once Purdue strung 2 rounds together, that was quickly discovered. Big mid-aggression coming on through here, and for a rude awakening. Looks to turn the corner, like he's trying to fight for his life here, able to find the first kill, but he's even getting closed in from spawn at the moment. Well, he will find 1 kill and make it a second. It is traded eventually. AK retrieved as well. Constantly gets caught asleep at the wheel, missing an up shot there, but finishes the job with the Deagle. Written off to save, I'd have to imagine.
You miss the shot that you don't take? I don't know. It's a good question.
Oh, that's a good point.
Either way, definitely was caught asleep at the wheel. There's no doubt in that.
Not saving right now. He's hungry.
Good patience by Justin too, not getting too
Yeah.
greedy. It would have been easy to like just assume that there would be a save, because that is the most logical scenario, and give the potential away for the BQs. No, not to be. Purdue for too good for that. A 2-round advantage now that Michigan Tech are looking to turn to just 1 with this purchase.
Big investment coming on through here for MTU. Lacking in that up presence for Retina, but again, isn't too much of a liability considering his rifle prowess is still up there as well. Like trying to work across the smoke. They're very patient here. They've actually changed a little bit of the pace at the moment. Much slower approach, trying to wait out that utility here, and it's wise because at the moment there's a lot of presence right on the other end. Like has cover fire, deep angle right there, and they all try to collapse on towards ramp. Works out for 1 kill in, but that's all they gather. It's a 3-for-1 trade on the ramp side of things after that smoke fades away.
Yeah, it would have been good to get the follow-up spray there, but it just isn't meant to be. Dedo, though, winning a duel, that was Cure Fate. He's the lurk. Almost, I mean, to be fair, Cure Fate is on the lurk so consistently. You see him at a site, you kill him at a site, you might as well just rotate out, because you definitely know they ain't going there, unless it's going to be like 20 seconds later. Nonetheless, last 2 players committed here at A. They're pushing forward, and that FAMAS is working wonders. The AWP playing Overwatch is good on towards Dedo. Upgrade, well, side grade to the AUG, and taking shots. Unfortunately, caught whilst dropping his Clean Slate. And things don't work out for Michigan Tech. It's Purdue to really start to string things together.
Constantly fell off the map there. That was...
Oh, he did? Oh, I
Yes.
missed it.
I mean, I don't blame
How?
you. I just saw a little X-ray blob falling off. He was over towards sandbags. He just dropped down. That was really scary there. I mean, man, able to close that one out there still. No, Justin. There's some multi-kill potentially. Always filling the feed for a couple. Will find himself 4th there as well.
That's that consistency that Justin brings to the team. You know, it's an eco round. We all get it. Eco frags, ha ha ha. But somebody's got to be there. Somebody's got to deny that 4-man push, and he does a great job doing it.
It's really underrated aspect as well. I mean, his consistency on the T side specifically at finding, not only one kill, but doubling down on some of these entries as well is absurdly impactful for Purdue's T side success. It's been the case on Ancient, and it's going to continue
It
on
creates
Vertigo, it seems.
space, right, for the likes of Lack and for Consti. Speaking of space, Consti has plenty of his own, and he's found the entry this time.
Something.
Oh, so aware.
100%. I mean, this is lights out right now for Purdue. That momentum being stopped in Inferno, they've really got the ball rolling here on Ancient and Vertigo following. So it's a nice find from Clean Slate. Might entice a retake here. And wide open, though. Like, still finds a headshot. No, it was only a matter of time before Justin put the pin in this one. He was flanking all the while. And it's the 7th found so quickly. Purdue punishing the full investment. I mean, not looking too worried about it either. There's 16K on Justin at the moment, almost.
Ooh, my goodness, you're right. Consti wasn't too far off from that either before purchasing, and Tech still has full 5 digits afterwards. So this money bank is a building for the Purdue University squad. And you can see Michigan Tech, whilst their opponents are doing well for themselves, they're floundering just a little bit on the money. Deagles, yes, an MP9 even for Retina. Arguably, I'd put a Deagle in his hand over that MP9, but at least it would give him some more money.
Fair point. Put a 5.7 in the hands of Lord of Pie's hands as
Factual.
well. How good he is with that gun. This very passive setup, though, towards A might really be a liability, though. I think this is pretty much site control given. And, I mean, they don't know it just yet, but as they start to throw that utility, they'll quickly realize.
You gotta make a decision, and on an eco round like this, I do understand why you would want to play this a bit more passively. Like you said, yes, site giving up, and it really is just gonna mean setup for a hope and prayer at a retake.
Certainly. Trying to pull the pin on this one before the bomb goes down. Quickly dispatches of Caligator. And now I think at this point, I don't even know if damage is that impactful. I think you just want to try and pull up a retake. Maybe try and utilize what is a smoke and a kit there. Clean Slate has this kit. Smoke in the hands of Jetto, but they never get it down in time here. There's a kill in for Retina, but it's still 4v2, and they still have to gather that site control. Kit's now dropped on the ground as well. Hanging around there. Can't find any access in Detto. He's off to save.
What's he saving, though? Really? I mean, I understand this is armor, but what?
All right.
Okay.
That works too.
Yeah, whatever you say, Detto. But yeah, I don't know.
I get what you're saying.
You're buying. I guess my point is you're buying either way. You have like 6K in the bank anyway. Try for the retake. That's what I guess I'm getting at.
100%. I'm with you, especially at this sort of deficit. No, no. That collateral would have been so incredible here, and playing with fire there, just constantly hungry for the trade. But Retina realizing what he needs to do in this game. He needs to be the difference maker, so he goes for the peek down middle, finding 2 frags to open things up here. Passive setup, though, that could be potential to claw things back. Nice trade, though. Lord of Pies keeping things in close ground here, not going down as well. That is a crazy flash.
Yeah, I was about to say, I love that flash. That's so good. I need to remember that for my games. Especially if there's like smokes down as well. It'd be very hard to anticipate.
No kidding. Definitely write that one down for your games there. Get the timestamp.
That's right. This is not a situation we've seen often this game. MTU up by 2 in the man advantage. And man, Lord of Pies. I've been so very impressed with this guy, by the way, over this game, over this series. This is the new player for this roster, Lord of Pies, and he has been a truly consistent and dynamic player.
No kidding. I mean, large reason as to why they had that success on the T side of Inferno. I mean, he was right there with Retina. We were talking about the firepower and the confidence that MTU were working with. Lord of Pies was one of those factors that was always in the face of Purdue, always finding openers, good spray downs, and the like. So definitely an incredible pickup for this roster. Excited to see what he can do. You know, be another piece of the puzzle there alongside Retina in terms of high impact.
Yes, sir. Michigan Tech with that round, now a chance to put a couple together in a row. That's going to be crucial. You got to string rounds together, Cole, especially when you're at this sort of deficit. And, you know, we talk about this map a lot. Would you argue TCT sided in general?
Definitely one of the more even maps for sure. Like the CT side nowadays with the smoke spam though, and the A1S buff. Big advantage for the CTs right there in terms of A ramp
How
control.
many times? How many times has Dedo been in that spot? He got a kill.
Good position. Very effective. But definitely, it's almost a 50-50 clear at that point. It's Dedo. He's gambled right a couple of times now in a row. And Hero Fate on that lurk, again, you talked about this earlier, it gives a lot of information as to where the real play or the real approach is from Purdue. You know, the lurking player caught out on the other side of the map early on. You're going to stack more resources towards the A-bomb site.
Good call. And yeah, that CT side, you want to see a bit of an advantage, and that's not been the case for MTU thus far. Now they're trying to turn that around. Control how much they find it. That's nice, clean slate. On the Molotov, plant does go through though.
It's a big deal here. They're on the retake already. They'll pull in the pin on this early, and Consti gets caught off guard because of that. Well done. But there is still two alive. Sandbags is a very effective position, but Renton's got their back. Safe defuse. Allowed off the back of that one. And just what was a really fast, composed retake right there from MTU. I've always liked those sort of plays. Get worried once you you walk into a retake position with even 4v5, 3v5. It can be rough with that bomb being almost an extra man. But what they do is they very quickly react to that bomb going down and try their Purdue getting transitioned into good post plants, and very effective way to retake.
Yeah, it is a little bit on the dangerous side because it can get punished, but I guess, you know, you can say that for just about everything. That's a nice molly.
Trying to get rid of that close position.
Yep. I mean, I did ask how many times he's gonna get away with it, and well, I guess we've found an answer. Hero Fate.
Oh, great trade right there. I think he's still posted up in that close left angle though.
He smoked
the end of the
himself
day.
off.
Absolutely love to see that. They are going into this A-bomb set pretty quickly. Mollies are going to buy time here, but still that site is taken. And again, this time you actually have an even situation, 4v4 at the moment. So it's going to make this post plant that much easier here for Purdue to try and recover. Hold their ground.
Lots of util though. I mean, that HE already went out. There's smokes and all the flashes now. Retina, unfortunately, they have done very little to help out. As I think we might have seen some team flashes go through.
So there you go. So yeah, sometimes that does happen. That's why those retake situations can be a big liability. You're trying to gather some of that ground. You give up so much space towards A, but especially in those 4v4, 5v5 situations, there's so many eyes on you as you try and push through those smokes, as you try and push through the utility of the T side. It's very hard to deal with. On the retake here, Retina taking an aggressive posture towards the B stairs side of things. Doesn't spot anything.
Zeto's relegated just to the MP9 here. And okay, clean slate with some nice spam damage overall. And notice, by the way, that Cure Fate has adjusted his position where he's been lurking, not over towards the B ramp.
Can't blame him. Doesn't want to deal with that close angle. It's
Oh,
once
hey,
again
look.
being held in a different fashion though this time. On
Oh,
top
I
of that, you
love
have to
it.
get through the op.
Such a good setup. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's so sick.
Honestly, I mean, barring just a whiff shot, I mean, Michigan win that almost by default by their positioning. You know, Retina's always gonna pull that information as soon as he hits that first shot, and becomes the perfect distraction.
100%. And then even still able to re-peek off of his teammates' distraction. I mean, that is
Mhm.
textbook CS. Played out right there. Last round of the half here for Michigan Tech to try and give themselves a bit of a cushion. I talked about this being a CT-sided affair. Purdue have found a lot of early success. We've seen a bit of a resurgence from MTU, but I think they're definitely going to need this last round. A little bit of cushion here, so it could be a 6 potentially.
This is always a dangerous thing to do. That pop flash, in my opinion, it's a difficult one to win when you have so many players in this area, and this is why. I mean, that's the reality. So, really, no cushion that you were talking about at all.
Yeah, this leaves you little room for mistakes heading into the second half. Big liability here for MTU, just not giving themselves much room to work off of as they head into their T side. At least maybe you can get the ball moving with the pistol around. We'll see what MTU have in store for us. Definitely going to want to grab that, at least a bomb plant here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Love to win this round for sure. But I mean, we talked just earlier a moment ago about how good Consti is. Tech, he's gonna fall. Oh my goodness, nice taps through the smoke by Detto. Lect is good for one, but it's not good enough. There's 3 players still alive, but Consti's one of them.
It's been very lights out on the pistol. There's no kit, though. It's a real issue right now for Purdue. They have to pull the pin on this retake, and they have to do it shortly. They're moving up the side hall as a unit. That's a quick headshot. Even gives his teammate a bit of damage here. And another one from Kuro Fate. Last alive is Detto so quickly. And Kuro Fate to close the job right there. And Purdue will pull off the retake there so fast. And the silent side hall approach, you need that player alive. You need him to be a part of that post plant. And as he goes down, I mean, so does MTU's chances in that round as well.
Yeah, barring some sort of heroic, you know, crazy headshot type dealio, you're absolutely right. That pressure is crucial to be applied from the side hall. And with that, this is it's one of those moments where T-side and the plant have a nice amount of...
Oh my God!
Wow. Consti. Forget my point. Let's just sit in awe and wonder at Consti's brilliance. And I am aware that like 3 of those kills were through the smoke. I don't care. I'm giving it to Consti anyway.
I am speechless right there. I mean, full force buy, swiped away in seconds. 4 or 5v1. Because Consti just lines them all up. That is unheard of. I mean, it has to be a crushing blow to MTU as well. I mean, that was your chance to maybe bounce back to give yourself, you know, a really important bit of room, you know, a cushion. We got a pause being called off the back of that one. And we saw Consti with the turnaround round over on Ancient as well. The Deagle 4K right there. I think that's just the same level of just massive impact.
Yeah, and I do wanna mention Calligator Lord of Pies 4-5 on the scoreboard there. And you know, while that's certainly not the sole problem here for MTU, that's not going to be a situation that is super acceptable when you're at the second half kind of mark. And it also kind of really showcases how well Consti is playing, considering he's just able to dispatch so many so quickly. But here we go. It's another one of these pistol rounds. And is that nade kill? No, it wasn't. It's just shots fired. 2v. Well, never mind. I stand corrected. It was a 2v. 2v3 at one point, but it was quickly broken down. And it's 13-5, Cole. Things are starting to look a little dire here for Michigan, as this might be their last chance saloon, really, in the gun rounds.
100%. They need to grab this one. Otherwise, you'll be staring down the barrel of a very scary scoreline, and on top of that, limited economy here. So you see some ramp aggression being brought on through once again. Bit of a different approach to how these two teams have been holding down this control as well. I mean, you're seeing some very forward posturing for Purdue consistently on these rifle rounds, and it just wasn't there for MTU. There was so much space given over early on, and we saw a lot of fast entries found out because of it. And we'll see if that's the same case here.
I think a lot of that comes from, if you recall, early on, MTU got very, very punished by being aggressive on this ramp. And so I think they got to the point where they're like, well, screw it. We're just not winning. So play it passively and play for the retake, because that had given them some success.
Yeah, I think that came down to trying to fight around that smoke. It was well done from Purdue. They waited that smoke out. Same case for MTU in this one, but there is a smoke for that molly. That gives his position up. Start to roll down Consti. I mean, there's no wonder there's a bounty on his head right now. I don't know it's him just yet, but they keep on chucking nades that way, they will. Dedo does have an HE, but he is not quite positioned there yet. He's going to go grab bomb towards middle.
Player to nade that, but they'll need it.
Oh,
Nice entries. Very nice from Valiant. Double kill and able to continue to push forward. But Justin, there's that double kill you were talking about, and you have been talking about. At least Lect with at least an opportunity, but Lect, I don't know what he's going for this. Never mind. Is going to walk in to a nice position from clean slate. Nice usage of that smoke grenade as well.
I mean, a pretty dominant stance right there from Michigan Tech on their first real buy round, which is a good sign. I mean, I am getting a lot of those ancient vibes where you just didn't see Michigan Tech put up enough of a first half to alleviate some of those struggles in the second. So whenever there is a mistake potentially made, things can go awry very quickly here. There's still money to be had on Purdue. There's still another investment to deal with, including an op presence of Consti as well. So it's very scary still.
Not to mention this, I think is a bit of a larger deficit than we saw on the ancient side of things. MTU got started pretty early in that second half, getting a couple of rounds and finding some back and forths. In this case, obviously that's not the case until now. Consti constantly impressing and finding opening picks. He does it again. This time it is with the AWP.
So with the AWP, and this time it's under Retina as well. It's one of the heavy hitters taken down here early into the round. I say early. There's only 45 seconds left to maneuver, and take a look at their mini-map and where they might be heading. It's going to be that mid combination to the B side of things, and they still have to deal with Lek, who's close by.
Yeah, this might be problematic timing-wise. I like that angle a lot. Nicely, nearly finding 2 frags, doing a lot of damage as well. And Justin set up for success.
wow.
He turns the corner, turns around, finding frags. Again, Justin, so many times, that is his bread and butter.
I mean, that's a massive overperformance to find 2 kills right there. The 180 flick is so huge, and even finding that kill onto the bomb, he prioritized the planter, the guy with the bomb over towards ramp alone. Such a wise decision making in terms of the defense that he's able to put up, and oh, great utility usage here. Fast up towards mid, they're trying this play again here, and this time Justin has a nice angle to deal with it. Rotor Pie's already crossed the line here, down low, but what an adjustment. How on earth does that work? They have to deal with this player B ramp, but they find it quickly, dispatching, and I think this is simply a save here at the moment. 3v5, you want nothing to do with this round.
Yeah, especially not with an op and an AK in your hands. You'll be wanting to take that into the coming rounds. You've got so many to work with. Ain't no reason to throw this away.
100%. See what they can gather in terms of exits. Curafate is hanging around here quite close, but this angle being covered. Barrel. Bounce is going to pad the stats a little bit on the exits.
Well, you
Take
also got to
those.
keep in mind, right? I mean, whilst you don't want to lose the guns at your Purdue, you got a little bit of cash on the backhand, and well, you know who doesn't? Michigan Tech. They're hurting, though.
Mhm.
Obviously, with the win, they're doing a bit better now.
Yeah, the issue is with two people going down there, forces some reinvestments to come on through, and hey, you can see that what could have been 5 alive in a flawless entrance into 122 is now a couple of players down low, a little bit in the economy sense, and that's gonna play a toll, especially if you're not able to convert this round.
Say that still a large amount of rounds to work with for Purdue, but yeah, absolutely right. Worst case scenario for MTU would be to lose this one, because then they're really in a tough spot. They need to be in a position to buy back to back, and that's not right now.
Moving forward towards B, but there's not a lot of help at the moment. Flashbangs are just too clean, and Lek, there's not anything that you can really do in that position. Maybe Tech can help them out, but only good for one there again. And Consti and Curafate, again, this will be another save right there. And Michigan Tech abusing this mid control in a way that I don't see a lot of teams utilize it. I mean, that oftentimes is real estate that doesn't get used by the T side, or at least when it is used for those B executes, it's one player lurking around waiting for the bomb to go down actually, and then attacking. But what they actually use it for is another prong to their entrance in towards B, and they've certainly found plenty of success in that department.
Well, let me add some caveat there, but because Purdue, they've been pretty much leaving that wide open as well. As soon as Purdue, make the adjustment and get some information or get a player in towards that position and maybe put up a little bit more of a stalwart fight, I think that MTU are going to run into some trouble because it's working now because of their passivity.
Right. I'm seeing a potential Consti op in that department, and
Right.
that could very quickly shut. Yeah, it's already there.
Yeah,
She's already adjusted. Oh yeah, you're not gonna get away with that. They even have one touch in that corner, but goes down quickly. A lot of damage done, but it's even trades here. They're holding on to that HP advantage, and here's where they start to hit the pause button on this attack. But there comes that resistance that we were talking about, and well timed.
The problem is the rest of the resistance here in blue, they have lots of not really good guns, just to put it that way. Tech good, actually, to find that frag. And wow, Lect, this should not be working, but it is. V250s are deadly. Now it's the 1v2. Clean Slate has to do it all alone, and he can't make it happen. We're at match point. 7 rounds in a row is what the Huskies need to send us to overtime.
They need it, and they almost need it for a good position in the league. Again, we talk about how competitive this league is. Another roster in this is MSU, and that makes things terrifying here. I mean, this is your chance to get a leg up on what is a tough opponent right now, and it's slipping through your fingers a little bit with that round right there specifically.
Well, it's so unfortunate, right? Because Michigan, they're going to be, you got to imagine they're going to get better as time goes on, more so than a team like Purdue that are going to rely on individual plays more and more. And the fact that they've met this early in the season, I think is a little bit on the unfortunate side for Michigan. So they're definitely going to have a chip on their shoulder if this goes Purdue's way.
100%. They'll be feeling really confident in the season overall. Again, there's a lacking of mid control here from the CT side. They're looking to regain that, but a lot of good positions here found out. Hagen said that smoke is ambitious, though, and that's back's turn. Consti has already found 2, clearing out that mid attempt here. And it does feel like their chances over on Vertigo are quickly ending in the 5v3. It might have something to be said, but Dead Oak Alligator and Lord of Pies, they need to come through with a big round, and they haven't even really pulled a pin on anything.
Well, we've seen these 3v5s work before. good Molotov. Okay, he's going to be pushed out of position, only to take shots. It's actually Tech who does the fragging to the smoke. Plant's going to have to go down. Pure Fate wants it, and he wants it bad. It's not going to be Pure Fate. Tech actually picks the triple, but it's still all over.
Very clean. Purdue on Vertigo, they pull out the reverse sweep and they're able to close things out, especially after an impressive Inferno from what we saw from Michigan Tech. They were looking very good. I think that Consti was a difference maker though on Ancient and Vertigo. We saw Justin pulling through, and I think that really, I mean, you did have to have the rest of the team step up to the plate, but I mean, absolutely incredible big swing rounds from Consti delivered. The Deagle round specifically
Oh, yeah.
is just rings in my head on the Ancient, where he was found 4 kills so quickly, no armor even. I mean, he was the game changer like we expected him to be.
Yeah, it took him a little time to get there, but he did get there.
Mhm.
And again, no disrespect to Retna or anything because he played a great game overall, but he had his huge game on Inferno, and he really carried Michigan Tech over the edge on that one.
Mhm.
Made it look easy even, but to be honest with you, when Purdue got in towards that Vertigo side, it just wasn't enough. There just wasn't enough there, and some less or lackluster performances, I think, on the side of Lord of Pies and just in general, I think also didn't help things for Michigan Tech.
Mhm.
But it doesn't all go down to the frag rounds though either. I think Purdue played a really good T side on both Ancient and on Vertigo to an extent to which Michigan Tech just didn't really have answers.
I'd agree with you. And I think another big part of that was Justin. So many rounds he was able to find massive impact. We do have an interview ready though. We'll kick things off.
And we have Lect in here for Purdue University. Lect, congratulations, my friend, on the victory. It was a hard fought one, though, here against the Huskies. Well, we can't hear him. He's muted. Are you back?
Ooh,
Oh, not quite.
can't hear him just yet.
Still no.
Not
Uh-oh.
quite.
No. Shake the head. Hopefully we'll get that figured out in just a moment. He'll be back in a moment. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, I'm excited to talk to Lect because I think that it'll be an interesting conversation overall.
Mhm.
And I'm excited to kind of hear what the what his thoughts are, like what the heights could be here for this Purdue side.
Mhm.
The conversation going into the season was around the fact that you're picking up Consti, you're picking up a huge piece of firepower, and adding that to what was a fantastic team last semester that kind of surprised everybody. So, continue surprising, maybe already doing some good work here against the Huskies. That's for sure.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. They are starting things off very hot in this season. I think this is probably one of their bigger wins. Probably going to be one of their biggest wins in the regular season. Now, when it comes down to MSU, that's going to be a whole other challenge for them
Oh yeah.
potentially down the future. But that still is getting this victory overall and that sort of level that is left in the Midwest comparatively. I mean, that has to be such a confidence builder heading into what is potentially a very strong season for them. And all of it checked out as well. You had Consti hitting crazy shots. Lect was showing some experience as well. And then on top of that, the other pieces, again, we talked up Justin for quite some time. He was doing so very good.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The lesser known pieces I think are so underrated for
Hmm.
this. I mean, like we've been bigging up Justin a lot, and I think it's well deserved. But Tech is kind of the other more unknown player on this roster, and
Hmm.
he had a phenomenal play on Vertigo in particular, stepping
Yeah.
up when it needed to happen. So I think that realistically Purdue are really well rounded. I think there was a bit of a misnomer going on in the conversation where it was like, well, they had Lact, who was really good last year,
Hmm.
and they picked up just a kind of second star. Well, that's true, but they have firepower behind those guys too.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Definitely. I came into this thinking that Consi was going to take control of the game, and he did at times for sure. Inferno made me worry quite a bit. I think both you and I were worried that Purdue
But
wasn't going to be what we had expected, and we were kind of seeing a team that wasn't necessarily well versed and well practiced together. But then they turned things around on Ancient. Both you and I were talking in between matches about how strong the utility usage was on Ancient alone, the T side. It's very rare that you see a winning half, and the way that they did it was incredibly clean. On top of that, Cura fake with incredible lurks overall on that map and on Vertigo. To be honest with you, he struggled a little bit on that B side, but still had some impact in rounds here and there. And so, yeah, you're seeing a lot of good signs here from Purdue, and this win was definitely, like I had said, a massive confidence builder.
yeah, I mean, just like you were talking about, when it came down to it, everybody delivered for Purdue. But let's shift focus here just for a moment back to MTU or to Michigan Tech. And I say that as we are trying to get this interview set up and going, so having just tad technical difficulties, I think, on leg side. So I appreciate your patience, guys. But yeah, shifting back towards the conversation of Michigan Tech, right? What did we see that we really liked from them in this series, and what can they build on as they move forward? It's early in the season. I talked about that, in our first series of the day, saying, for Mississippi, hey, it's not over. You still got plenty of time to work it with. That's true for Michigan as well. What do we want to see more of as they move forward?
I want to see some more impact coming through from, not necessarily Retina, but we did see, Lord of Pies have a crazy good T side of Inferno. And then on maps where, like Vertigo and Ancient, it wasn't necessarily that same level. And obviously it is very hard to keep up with, a player like Retina. I talked about them. They were like 7 rounds in and maybe 8 rounds in, and they were already at 30 kills combined between the two. But that was a massive help in terms of closing out Inferno and making it look dominant. It made their CT sides a lot easier, giving themselves that sort of room. Oh,
Yeah, Michigan definitely looking for that second star to really come in. But unfortunately, I think we are just about ready to bring Lect back in for this interview. So it should be exciting getting to talk to him. You know, obviously a huge part of Purdue doing so well in that last in last semester, and now getting so much added on. I thought we had him ready. Maybe we're not quite ready.
oh,
Oh,
did you hear him?
we do hear him. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Like, sorry about the technical issues, my friend. How
No
does
worries,
it
no worries.
feel off the back of that victory? It was a hard fought one.
Yeah, that was a pretty difficult one. Inferno, they came out swinging, and we have not had much time to practice, so I was a little bit worried. But after those, like especially Ancient, Consti really popped off. All of us popped off by Vertigo, and felt super good to win that one because I know we have a pretty stacked conference.
Well, okay. Let's talk. You say you haven't had a whole ton of time to practice, which is totally understandable. It's very early in the season. But you guys went with Ancient anyway, right? And it worked brilliantly to that effect. We were really impressed on the desk with the level of utility that you guys had prepped on the T side, especially. So not having a whole lot of team prep time, how are you guys so seemingly prepared for a map that, well, not a lot of people play?
Yeah, I mean, for Ancient, that was kind of our sleeper pick last season, especially going to playoffs. So 4 of us already were really confident on it, despite having like practice or no practice. Bringing in Consti, I mean, he's a premier player. He knows how to play Ancient, and he's brought in some great ideas and other ways to play it. So we weren't worried. We actually love playing the map. So yeah, just a good pick for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's refreshing to hear. And I mean, on top of your strong Ancient, you had a very good Vertigo as well. So, I mean, heading into that map 3, what would you attribute a lot of that early T side success? And I guess really your T side success in general, judging from the fact that you have that limited practice?
For the T side, it just seemed like, I mean, we were kind of playing off of their nerves, I think. They were running into us a lot. Seemed like they felt like they had to get something started. I won't lie, we were really focused on their Opper, Hunter, because he was the one getting kills constantly. So if we could just let him try and make a move, maybe make a mistake, and we capitalize off of it, we could just take the sites from there. And yeah, just slow defaulting, letting them run into us, and then take the sites from there. That's how we played it.
Gotcha. Well, two more questions for you. I want to go back. I know we're jumping around a little bit, but I want to go back to Inferno because Michigan did a fantastic job at kind of playing the rotates on their CT side. Were you guys noticing that that was a big problem for you when you were walking in into stacks? And what do you think was the cause of something along those lines?
Yeah, Inferno's a very team-based map, so without any practice going back into it, there's a lot of protocols and just like mid-round decisions that we weren't making. I will say, like, now we didn't put any focus towards taking brackets control in mid. And so when you're getting banana for free, you're getting apartments, but then you're sitting there, like this happens to so many teams. You just kind of sit there and you wonder like, what's next? And there were some times we tried to challenge Arch, but we were getting shut down every time. So kind of had to end with those B execs. And while we did have a little bit of success early on, I know they picked up on that really quickly. So yeah, we didn't have many looks on Inferno, but yeah.
Gotcha. Well, hey, congratulations! Like our whole conversation here on the desk was about how, I mean, this is a big win against a conference rival, and those conference wins are going to be difficult. What are you guys expecting here for the rest of the season? What are your expectations? Where do you think you can hit it? Are you guys potentially looking to win it all? Do you think that's the roof of your possibilities?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can win it. We're certainly going to need some practice, but that was one of the two top teams in our conference that we just took down pretty early in the season. So I think if we can challenge MSU, potentially beat them, it's really just Davenport, who I don't think is playing this season. So yeah, if we can take down MSU as well, I don't think we have anyone in the way at that point.
Well, like, again, congratulations. Anyone you want to shout out or say hello to before we let you get going?
Just shout out to Boiler CS and all the boys back in the club supporting us. And shout out to my teammates today. They did a really great job. Really proud of them.
You all certainly did. Well, thanks so much, Like, for taking the time and continuing with all of those technical issues as well. Congratulations again to you and your team. And y'all have a great one.
Thanks, you too.
Alrighty. And with that, we are looking to end things here relatively shortly. Cole, that was a fantastic matchup. I'm really glad that we got to watch it, and I think that really is going to set the tone for this conference, right? The Midwest Conference is so heavy in good teams that I mean, we're honestly thrilled to get the chance to see something this close this early.
100%. Yeah. Incredibly stacked over in the Midwest side of things. And so the fact that we kicked things off this week with a very competitive match is exciting way. And, definitely exciting to see that map or series go to the third map as well, considering we did get that very quick Texas A&M victory there early on. So, always good to see Purdue, especially firing on all cylinders. And, of course, I am excited as well to see MTU do some damage later on down the season.
Yes, indeed. And with that, let's take a look at what the schedule has on display here at the NACE Starleague. Remember, it's not just Counter-Strike that we do, though. Listen, that's a good time, and I appreciate everyone who's tuning in to watch these fantastic games. On Monday, Rocket League and Overwatch are on display, two of my favorite games other than Counter-Strike. And on Tuesday, League of Legends, if that is your style. Call of Duty as well on Wednesday is a whole lot of fun with two fantastic casters over there as well. So make sure to tune in every single day. And it's going to be starting at that same time as we started today. That should be 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe. So make sure to do that. And with that, we'll be saying goodbye to you here. Y'all have a great night, and thanks for watching.